YouTube cubes, it has been a while. And I do not know how to work anything at all. Not a single bit. Nothing. So if you're wondering where I've been, I did try to have a show on Friday. Everything was set up, but my internet just refused to run anything. I mean, absolutely could not get, like, if I had the game up and I tried to do something on Firefox, the game would lose connection, and I just don't know what was going on. I lost Discord, and then I started up the show, right? And I completely lost the internet, and I couldn't figure out what the problem was. It resolved itself. There has been some issues where I've started up the show, and then it disconnects YouTube from me, and some other things, but I've never had the internet just shut off. So I just, I tried, but then I just called it a day. I said, you know what? Obviously, this isn't going to work today. Then I took the weekend off. And then yesterday, I was accepted into the YouTube partner program. So you can now do that. You can join the membership. You can do all that. It's all there. There's like stickers and stuff. So thank you. I posted up on Discord, posted on Twitter, that kind of thing, and there's community posts. So I'll try to use that stuff from here on out. But with that, I guess we're sort of back to where I once was, and two ways. In two ways, I'm back to where I once was. When I was Angry Guild Wars 2 guy, if you're one of the OGs, back in the day, I was partnered on YouTube, but they changed the criteria, which made it much harder. But I also changed my name and changed the channel and rebranded. So I got rid of that. In fact, I didn't even get rid of the old account for Google until I was joining the program again. So the criteria changed, and of course, all of you helped me get in. So, it's sort of poetic. With that, we now have emotes, and I put some of the basic ones in there. I'm just gonna go ahead and do a little bit of that. So there are the 4 emotes that we have right now. As more members come in, I'll be able to add more emotes. So if you want to see more of those, you just need to join. You can join down below, or you can join with the join button, and then you just simply join that way. This music got really intense, didn't it? Got really intense. I'm listening to the In the Dragon soundtrack. You don't know what's going on there? That's the wrong way. Let me turn it down. I feel like I'm yelling over it. That's too low. There is this volume setting. Like, you can't even change it on the thing. There we go. I'll put it there. There's this volume setting on televisions and everything, I've realized growing up. And there's this, like, sweet spot where it's too freaking loud, and then if you try to turn it down, then it's too freaking quiet. And it's really hard to get a, I don't know the decibels or anything like that, but it's there. Same thing when you're live and music's playing. Certain songs come on, it's too freaking loud, but even if I don't change the volume, some songs are too freaking quiet. So you just sort of stuck with that situation. Anyhow, back to the YouTube partner program. You can join now. There are supers. If you want to check those out, super chats, super stickers. I put all this stuff on. I don't really know. I read through this stuff. As simple as clicking on it, it tells you what you need to do. Eventually, it's going to ask you, well, how do you want to pay for this? And of course, you can either use your credit card or PayPal and that kind of thing. And I will tell you straight up, just like I did on Discord, YouTube does take 30%, but it's still better than Twitch. Twitch takes a full 50%. So it's one of the reasons why I came over here, is because I'm just not getting enough money back on Twitch, and I feel like people are wasting their money. You can always donate directly still with PayPal with the Stream Elements link there. That may change in the future too, as I'm looking around to finally fix some stuff. And that's what I did this weekend, actually. I went back Well, Friday I started doing it. I went back and got rid of some old stuff. And then I also had to reinstall some things because they weren't working correctly, OBS being one of them, so we're not set up exactly for today. I also can't seem to capture web pages right now, and I don't know why. So I won't be able to show you the patch notes and that kind of thing like I was actually preparing to do, is to get that kind of stuff set up so we can sit here and go through it. There's no chat. Stream Elements is no longer connected to the channel. That's because we're going to be changing other things. Yeah, things have been in the works. As soon as I saw the criteria for the YouTube stuff change, I said I had to get this done. One of the issues is I'm no longer on ADHD meds. I took them for a month. Doctor told me to go ahead and stop taking them because it was chaotic on and off. They helped, but they weren't helping with more of the other side of things. But at the same time, I'm still willing to see what works. So I'll be going back to Thursday. There won't be a show. I won't be here because I need to go take care of me for a few things, and Lucky needs to go to the vet, and then I'll be talking to my doctor about my ADHD meds, so there won't be a show on Thursday. Now with all that talking out of the way, talking about the YouTube Partner Program, also go check out the Tears of the Kingdom playthrough if you want to do that. I appreciate all of you doing all the heavy lifting, hitting the like button on this video and all that kind of stuff. So let's talk Guild Wars 2. Today, they announced the 4th expansion, which comes out August 22nd, 2023. So if you're watching this late and you're like, what happened? That's what happened. August 22nd, Secrets of the Obscure comes out. Some people are like, Zorric, why did they not keep with the 3-word naming convention? Because we're moving on, people. We're moving on. Come on. Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, Secrets of the Obscure. The world changes. But you can sort of see how stuck Guild Wars 2 was. You could sort of see it. I'm just saying. The naming convention is sort of them advancing and moving on themselves. If you really think about it, we've hit a new age. I said this when Into Dragons comes out. When Into Dragons hits, that's it. ArenaNet has changed. Now, there's still some old stuff that's coming out that's sort of not up to par where they want it, I'm sure, because that's just the way MMOs are. But I'm telling you this. ArenaNet is moving forward. And they're doing really well for themselves. I think I talked about this last week a little bit, or at some point. There are more players now than there's been in a long time, and the content is just pumping. It's just going. Now, we didn't get a roadmap or anything today because they're announcing an expansion, so we don't really need a roadmap, and I'm sure we're going to get one after that. I'm sure at some point to close out the year maybe, because there's a lot of stuff we're going to go through today. And I'm taking my time getting there, to be honest, because it's a lot of stuff. And it's going to be hard to absorb without seeing it in action and things like that. But I'm excited. And as I've said, I'm trying to look at Guild Wars 2 differently. I'm trying to look at Guild Wars 2 in a more positive light. I'm trying to break off the jadedness of being a vet, having gone through as much stuff as possible. You know, the Alliance betas coming out. I didn't even get to play the Alliance betas because my brain didn't freaking work, and one thing after another. I've barely played any video games. I haven't even touched Tears of the Kingdom except once, just to give you an idea of how much video game time I've been having. None. I've just been so busy trying to read stuff and things, and a lot of it's not sticking, so I have to go back and read it. It's frustrating in a way. But over here really quick. Okay. But let's talk the announcement. So there was a patch today, June 27th. That patch has gone out, and supposedly you can go talk to Arene in the province. So if you want to go check that out, I've not caught up on the story still. I need to do it. I need to do it. But there's also a new fractal, the Silent Surf. From what I'm told, it's very vertical, so, you know, if you want to check that out, it's there. Associated scales of certain fractals have been changed. I don't know what that means. New rewards. Other than that, it looks like there's just some changes and stuff like that. And then there was a balance update. I'm not going to go through all that. Someone who's better at that will break it down. So I'm sure if you want to check that out, check out somebody who's actually keeping up with all that. It does affect me, but I usually just focus on the things I'm doing in the moment. What I usually do as a Guild Wars 2 content creator is just play the game type of thing. But today I will go over the next stuff because expansions and things like that interest me more. The story, continuation, that kind of stuff. That's why it's actually surprising I haven't done the story yet, because usually that's all I really want to do, is when a story content comes out, I go and play it. And I was doing Tears of the Kingdom, and that's what happens. This is how easy it is to fall off a game. You're playing another game, new content comes out for another game, you're like, oh, I'll get to that, and then it just never happens, right? Like, that's how easy in this day and age, because then some other game or some other responsibility or something else you need to do, and then you forgot to go back to it, and the next thing you know, the next thing's coming out. And that's what's happening right now for me, so I need to get back into Guild Wars 2 and start getting that stuff done. We have 14 damn legendaries to do, so. Midian, Firesword, hello. New PC, new life. Means that the new fractal is the new 100 level fractal. I'm glad I got all those out of the way. Will you be switching to dual swords Necro? That is my only question. I don't know, Chaz. I don't know. Yes, happy Patch Tuesday. Well, I'm glad, Firesword. But again, it just comes down to what the weapons will offer. Oh, and I'm just going to say this right now. There is a beta this weekend, June 29th to July 2nd. You'll be able to do some of the weapon training. I'll explain what that is, but you'll be able to do it this weekend. You'll be able to make a beta character, go in and try this stuff. Just saying. People are going to miss that. It's way at the bottom. Okay. So, patch notes. Some of the stuff was adjusted in World versus World and things like that. I'm going to go ahead and close the patch note. No, I'm going to refresh the patch notes, see if anything was late. No, patch your game, go enjoy the new content. There are some bugs, but none of them are game breaking. There might be a client crash or something here or there they'll fix, but for the most part, there are some bugs, but nothing that I don't know, is too breaking people can overcome. Okay, do I have the announcement? Yes. So, a new chapter in Tira's story begins August 22nd with the launch of Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure, our newest expansion. Soon you'll be soaring through new maps high in the skies above Tyria, testing your mettle against invaders from the mist, mastering new combat options. So it looks like we're going to be on floating islands. Where's that idea coming from? Actually, ArenaNet has had floating islands for some time. So, and then invaders from the mist, huh? So the adventure continues after launch, with major releases planned every few months that introduce new locations and rewards as they expand the features and continue the story of Secrets of the Obscure. So when the expansion hits, we're going to get a bunch of new stuff, and then of course ArenaNet, as they said, is going to continue slowly feeding it to us until the next expansion. Where and how can I buy it? Well, first of all, go down below. You're going to click my link, because that directly supports me. Enable your cookies, make sure your ad blocker is turned off, hit that refresh button, and then you're gonna proceed to pre-purchase to get 3 rewards: the Demon Hunter title, the Arcane Spellweaver's hat skin, and an Eagle Eye weapon skin of your choice. Your pre-purchase rewards, as well as any items associated with the expansion edition you buy, because there's still 3 editions. There's the normal edition that I know is $25 US. I think it's $25 across the board from what I saw, but make sure you read. Then there's a deluxe edition, and then there's an ultimate edition. I believe the ultimate edition was still $80 or something like that, but you're getting like 4,000 gems and other things. So that's the stuff that is there. Make sure you read through that stuff. I'm not going to sit here and pretend you're not an adult, but make sure you read through to make sure that you have it. The launch of the game will happen at 9 a.m. Pacific time on August 22nd. So it launches in the morning, just like Living World has done and stuff like that. We're going to get it in the morning and that kind of thing. So prepare yourselves. Don't take the day off. That is a terrible habit to have. Then if something happens and they have to do something, the game isn't updating the way they want to or whatever, and then you go and yell at ArenaNet, I took the day off for this, blah, 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 I'm so disappointed. That's your fault, okay? That's your fault, not theirs. They didn't tell you to take the day off. It's like taking the day off for Halloween, but it rains outside and storms, so you can't go trick-or-treating. Whose fault is that? Yours for taking the whole day off for it. That, just don't do it. Unless you really want to do it because you're going to gamble, and that's fine, because more than likely it's still going to release at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Anyhow, the first arc of the expansion's epic story, as well as 2 new maps, will allow players to explore the skies while putting many of the new gameplay features to the test. Major updates coming out roughly once a quarter following the expansion will continue with the experience with additional story chapters, a new map, and more features and content. To get a taste of what's in store, check out the Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Combat Weekend, which runs from June 29th to July 2nd. Okay? And there's going to be a lot more stuff probably coming out before. I'm not going to say a lot. There's going to be more stuff coming out before it releases. Where can you find more information? Official page. Everybody go be talking about it. It's going to be up on the Discord. Okay, there's the announcement. Let me go back to the chat really quick. Binary! Thank you for getting cubes. I appreciate it. You haven't even finished Into Dragons yet? Get it done. Get it done. Take the whole week off. If you take the whole week off, it's probably safer that way. Because then at least, you know, if it doesn't happen on launch day, it will eventually happen and you'll be there, you know. Okay, a whole vacation? A whole vacation around an expansion launch? That's fair. That's fair. Because then you just relax, play video games. Even if the game doesn't, like, there's stumbles at the beginning or whatever, you can be like, man, I'm going to Taco Bell. And then you go out, and you come back, and you can watch, YouTube, catch up on all my VODs and vids. And then, sorry, being ridiculous. But you know what I mean. You took the whole week off for Final Fantasy 16. There you go. I'm Binary, and this is my favorite channel in the Citadel. You're just super casual and can't get into the combat anymore. Outgrowing games is hard. It's hard. It's hard to accept. I suck at platformers. I have to accept it. But when you do accept it, it's just sort of like, But then you know what the nice thing? You know what this day and age has that didn't exist when we were growing up? We can live vicariously through somebody else. We can watch somebody else play the game and still get enjoyment out of it, you know? Before we couldn't do that, so Final Fantasy 16 is so good. No spoilers. I want to play it now that everybody keeps telling me how great the combat and stuff is. Back to Guild Wars 2. Are we ready for this? I'm gonna go ahead and pull this out. All right. They put this in a weird order. What do I want to talk about next? Let's go ahead and talk about the sky scale, extending the story and that kind of stuff. Talk about that. What just happened? Breaking things. All right, so now that we know when it's coming out, extending the story, if you read our February and May studio update blogs, you heard us talk about updating our approach to development to provide more consistent updates for both the core game and expansion content. Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. Soto is how they're shorting it, by the way. Yeah, Soto. For some reason, I keep thinking it's a B at the end, but I'm just dumb. Benefits from this new approach. At launch, you'll be able to play through a self-contained story. Following launch, this story will be seamlessly expanded upon and updates that will come out every few months, telling a second standalone arc. So they're taking the living story idea and they're just compressing it into an expansion. I think it's a great idea because I think it's a better way to use their resources myself. They talked about how they're always just focused on one thing way too much, and in this way it's more balanced approach so they can focus on many things at once, like giving us world versus world alliances and anything else like that. So yeah, it's just better that way. I mean, in my opinion, a lot of people are like, well, if it happens, then I'll believe it. I mean, I think we've already been seeing it the last 2 years myself, so that's why I want to change my attitude going forward. Ancient Mysteries, New Threats. The story of Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure represents the opening of a new chapter. The Elder Dragon cycle that dominated major events from the original launch through the Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons has come to a close. End of Dragons. In fact, today's game update includes a small scene to transition out the End of Dragons storyline. This interlude brings us to a scenic overlook in Saitang Province, where one of our dearest comrades has some bittersweet news to share. I don't know what that is, so but in the patch notes they tell you to go visit Arena. In the quiet that follows, a new force rises to threaten Tyria as you fight back against Cryptis invaders from the mist. You'll uncover the answers to mysteries that have haunted Tyria from the time of the original Guild Wars. Ancient rivalries come into play. The world is at risk. While you've relied on the aid of your allies in many adventures to date, it's time for you to find your footing in a darker, more mysterious side of the world. Now that the cycle is over, in quotes, Tyria is blood in water. The mists are watching. 2 explorable zones and Wizard's Tower outposts floating high above the Tyrian coast will be available at launch. God help me. And the releases that will follow every few months, a 3rd explorable zone will open in conjunction with the ongoing story that plays out. So there we go. That's the idea behind the story. There was a new mount skin that came out in the store. We'll get into the game later, and I will check that stuff out for sure. I clicked the wrong thing. Stop clicking wrong things. All right, so soar with the sky scale. The sky scale is going to be very important. Floating islands, flying mounts, going to be an important thing. The sky scale mount was first introduced in Living Worlds Season 4 following Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire, and it changed the way players navigate maps in Guild Wars 2. We love the freedom and movement options the sky scale offers, which is why we want to make sure it's readily accessible to as many players as possible. As a result, we're adding a new sky scale mount acquisition method with this expansion. Whether or not you own Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire or completed the original sky scale collection, Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure will grant you a more streamlined collection to unlock a sky scale of your very own. So if you haven't got it yet, ArenaNet wants you to have it. So a lot of people get upset when ArenaNet does these type of things, but I do not. Believe it or not, I don't like the sky scale collection. I think it's great. I don't like it anymore because when new players join my guild, when I'm playing with new players, everybody's using a sky scale, but they can't, and it slows things down. It makes it harder for them to participate sometimes. And a lot of my farms and things like that, I use a sky scale. It's the one mount that I use 90% of the time now. So it's good that this is happening. Other people are going to disagree. I don't agree with them at all. I think they're just being petty at this point. I need new players to catch up to very specific content so we can play together. And this is it. The sky scale is fantastic, and this is sort of the answer, sort of a clapback really to WoW. Can ArenaNet improve something and continue to do that kind of thing? The answer is going to be yes, because as I go from what I've already read, yeah. Once you unlock the sky scale in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of Obscure, you get access to a new sky scale skin collection. Completing that will award you a terrifying and beautiful Cryptis themed sky scale skin, and they show a picture of it. If you go to the website, it looks fantastic, but I don't know. Sort of like some of the other ones I have. You know, being a veteran, you sort of lose out. Collections were awful. I wish I hadn't had to do them, but glad to see ArenaNet realized how dumb it was eventually. Well, it was meant to be the legendary mount, right? And also, Season 4 was sort of like, is this going to keep going? I mean, the truth of the matter was Season 4 had sort of a question mark when it ended, like, okay, because the way it ends, if you've played through it, is sort of just like, it could just end. Guild Wars 2 could just ended there. And in fact, that last episode of Season 4 is one of my favorite pieces of content in the game. And I took my time with the Sky Scale while everybody tried to rush it, but I spent like 12 days or whatever it took to do that Sky Scale, and I enjoyed it. I loved that collection. The problem is, I played all the content before it, so I had a bunch of stuff built up. It was really easy to get what I needed. New players, they have to farm. They have to go and grind that stuff. And if they don't like Season 4, much like me, it's worse for them because maybe they skipped stuff and didn't do everything, and I was going after as many achievements as I could and stuff like that. I had guildies to play with and that kind of thing. They may not. So it really comes down to perspective, and my perspective is it's harder for new players to get the Sky Scale than it was for a veteran who already accumulated a massive wealth, right? So I finished it before the time gate was changed for 2 hours as well. I never found a problem with the time gate. I don't like time gating things, but at the same time, I think I got the experience ArenaNet wanted, which was you're raising a pet into something it's going to be your mount. And I found it to be a lot of fun to log in every day and have that experience. But I'm a person that's into clickers and incremental games, you know, numbers go up. So I don't know, it just sort of tapped into that for me. Like, I'm not just logging in for the dailies today, I'm logging in to feed my Sky Scale, you know? So I don't know, again, it just came down to that. But streamline it now, absolutely. I you know, if someone enjoys the collection, great. But for the people who don't, let's make sure they get in there for the rest of us. But let's talk about why the Sky Scale, okay? Sky Scale Mastery Updates. Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure Sky Scale Mastery line includes new abilities like the Fireball aerial attack you'll unlock at Tier 2. Some of the new mastery tiers grant Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire masteries. In those cases, players who have trained Sky Scale masteries from both expansions will get a bonus functionality unlock. For example, the first tier of the Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure Sky Scale Mastery grants Air Rescue, the ability to mount in midair. If you've already trained Air Rescue with the Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire Mastery line, you'll now get Bond of Vigor every time you use Air Rescue. Yes. They also may change the names to some of this stuff. They do have that asterisk there. But Tier 2, you get Fireball. So Air Rescue 2.0 is what they call Tier 1. Tier 2 is Fireball. Grants an aerial flame attack while mounted on the Sky Scale. So something to actually use while you're on the Sky Scale. 3, Wall Spring 2.0. Grants wall launch. I don't know why that word isn't coming out as launch instead of launch, but whatever. But that's when you grab the wall and you fly up. Upgrades wall launch to charge faster and launch further if you have Path of Fire mastery done. Tier 4, Wind Beneath Your Wings. Flying mounts can use updrafts. That's interesting. Something I always thought they should be able to do. Combat launch. Gain the ability to mount your Sky Scale in combat. That's Tier 5. Well, I don't know what that means, but okay. Tier 6, Leyline. Acclamation is the effect. I forget what that is in the base, but if you have the Path of Fire Mastery done, flying mounts can use ley lines. So we'll be able to use updrafts, ley lines, mountain combat. And then Tier 7, Rising Spirits. Updrafts generate the Sky Scale's flight meter. So you'll need to get to Tier 7 to get the full effects for your mount. So like we'll be able to stay in the sky longer. Yeah, great things there. All right, let's just go ahead and move on to mastering the rifts. Two additional mastery lines will be introduced in Guild Wars 2's Secrets of the Obscure, both of which are closely tied to the expansion story. As you fight off ravages of Cryptus, you'll make allies of the Wizard's Court and the Astral Ward, ancient protectors of Tyria who have been brought out of their seclusion by Cryptus' threat, like usual. Through your new allies, you'll gain access to powerful artifact called the Heart of the Obscure. With Cryptus forces pouring into Tyria through portals in the mist, it falls to you and the Astral Ward to track down and close those portals, and deal with the Cryptus that have managed to pass through them. The Heart of the Obscure and the Astral Ward masteries will aid you as you hunt and close rifts throughout Tyria. Together, the two mastery lines will allow you to explore the world more freely, take on greater threats, and earn richer rewards. The Skyscale, Astral Ward, and Heart of the Obscure mastery lines will be available at launch. We're planning to introduce a fourth mastery line in the first major release following launch. So there will be 4 mastery lines coming. 1 to upgrade your Skyscale, 1 to deal with the rifts, and I bet the other one is just more other things to deal with the creatures and that kind of stuff. That's my guess. The fourth one, I don't know. I don't even have a guess on it at this point. So a little bit of speculation at the end there. But the Skyscale one, I think, is amazing. I'm glad they showed it off. Get your Skyscale. I mean, it's gonna be great. Fractals in the Mist, strike missions, and challenge modes. Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure will bring there's a new fractal today, June 27th. That was just Silent Surf was released today. So that's there, just to reiterate that. So Soto will bring new challenging content in the form of 2 new strike missions and a Fractal of Mist, each with accompanying challenge mode. So we'll get 2 strikes, a Fractal, and they'll come with their challenge modes. Both strike missions will be part of the August 22nd launch. Their challenge modes will come out in subsequent releases, so we won't get it all right away, but that's more content there. Some people talked about raids and stuff. Raids aren't coming back as far as I know. We'll have to just not hold our breath on that. Go ahead and go ahead and let the air out. All right, the raids, I think strikes scratch that itch. It's the same thing in a sense. You're just working to a big boss, beating the big boss. And I think the challenge mode, so we've always talked about there being a step up into raids that just doesn't exist. And so how ArenaNet first addressed that in the actual raids is those weekly buffs, right? To make you strong enough to take on a raid and more likely be successful and get some rewards. But then the strikes are actually doing what we need. A base strike so you can learn it, and then a challenge mode to take it up where they expect players to be able to get closer to the ceiling. So I think this strike missions are the answer to what we've always needed. I wish they were there before raids. I do think raids were not the greatest thing for Guild Wars 2, but I think Fractals was a good answer for dungeons and continuing things that way. And I think strike missions are what they should have done for raids from the get-go. Basic boss, challenge mode, and beating the challenge modes would give you things for legendary armor and stuff like that, which we're going to get to with this next expansion. So they're talking about combat system changes and rewards, so we're going to be going to that next. You can find all these links and stuff on the Discord. You know, I should be posting them in the chat, shouldn't I? Is Guild Wars 2 limited on refresh rate? In a way. Okay, never mind. It's my internet. It's trying to break. Don't break, internet! Let's talk combat in Guild Wars 2 moving forward. Yeah? Hold on. What if I pull this out? Will it let me now? Okay. I don't know what's happening there. But let me go ahead and post this in the chat. Again, you can find this on the website, but I should be posting it here. There we go. Guild Wars 2 is limited on refresh rate. So I have monitors that do refresh rate and things like that. But with DirectX 11, instead of having 9, we've gone to 11. We should see better refresh rates across the board, which that's the case for most people. And with my updated computer myself, I rarely fall under 20 frames. It has to be in World versus World where there's like 160 players in an area. Even then, it just feels more server side than anything else. And then there's certain world bosses like the Karka Queen, and then in Wayfarer Foothills when you're fighting that world boss I can't think of the name of right now, the shaman. Yeah, I still drop pretty far down, but it's still about 15 frames per second, which was better than the 2 that I was getting in the past. So I don't know, it'll slowly improve. Also, now that you can stop the weapon effects from other players outside your party, you can improve your frame rate even more, which is something I need to experiment with more. So does it work with 240 frames? I'm going to say this. Anything really past 60 frames per second isn't a big improvement to your experience unless you're running a high enough resolution. If you're running 1080p and you have 60 FPS, I'm telling you it's good enough. Even at 30 FPS, if you're running 720, you're not going to see much difference. You're just not. Unless it's stuttering or something like that. But once you get to 120, you really, man, I'm telling you, you're just getting cheated out there. If you're paying an extra $500, $600 for a monitor to get 240 or whatever they're trying to throw at you about frames per second, they are lying to you. You will, like, I have seen the difference. I have seen someone go, this is 60 at 120, you know, this, right? I have watched it, and there is almost no difference between all of them. 240, even 240 versus 60, it's really hard to see the difference unless there's extra graphic stuff going on with the 240. But even then, 120 to 240 could barely tell the difference. I don't even know if my eyes could tell the difference about what was happening. But the thing is, as the resolution goes up, you can definitely see a difference. But the question is, do you want to pay $500, $600 for something that only 6 games is ever going to be able to tap into, or just save that money, run the 60 or 120, which hundreds of games are going to tap into? Because the chances of devs taking the time for higher resolution and that kind of things is still little right now. 10 years from now, probably a bigger conversation whether it's important to have that. But there are so many arguments that, you know, a lot of it comes from the bro community, right? Well, these guys who just, they read too far into the technology and things like that. And I'm telling you, it's not as great as they're making. It's like the same thing. What's better, a Ferrari or a good working car? And the answer is, it's always the good working car. That car is going to drive you thousands upon thousands. It's going to get up 250,000 miles probably. As long as you maintain it's fine. A Ferrari can't do that. Ferrari's going to waste your gas, cost tons of money, and more than likely if you get in an accident, it's totaled. While your car, it could get in 3, 4, 5, 6 accidents as long as they're not too high of a speed, and you'll be okay. Right? Like, that's the thing. We're talking, even if the cars get more expensive, but they do better, it's still better than this stupid option that's out there because people just want to show off that they have money. Gaming is being ruined by people with too much money. All industries get ruined that way. They want the best thing all the time, and people want that money they're willing to spend. But the problem is, game developers, they're looking for the sweet spot, not the rich or the poor. The sweet spot. How can I hit the biggest amount of people first on a computer? Consoles are different. We're all getting the same car. It's communism there. I mean, just saying, lurk away, binary. On Guild Wars 2, you can't see much other games because those games are probably adjusted for that. Guild Wars 2, sweet spot. All MMOs are sweet spot. I'm just going to let you know. Because you have to interact with the server, and they can't have your computer trying to hijack their server because it needs better graphics. Does that make sense? It can't get any more data than someone else. That's the problem. You can only see so much on your screen from the server. If the server isn't working, you're not going to have stuff load in sometimes. You're not going to have it respond. It's just going to drop you and things like that. I don't know. Like, I don't know how much client-side stuff would still be improved with it, but as far as I can tell, everything I've ever seen, don't buy the most expensive computer. It's just not worth it. Save that money for the next one. And a lot of people are like, Zorric, why'd you buy a $3,000 computer? Because it will run everything for the next 5, 6, 7 years, and if I divide that out, it's only cost me a few $100s every year to have a computer that's going to work. And here's the thing, here's the funniest thing, more than likely it's just going to be a component that breaks, so I replace that component and it continues to run even past 7 years, right? But that's just the thing. It's literally all graphics cards at this point. If you bought a 4080, 4090, whatever, when Nvidia did that, you got just absolutely scammed. You're just practically just bought another computer to put in your computer, so you might as well just run 2 computers, which you can do for almost half the price. And people think I'm kidding, but I'm not. You can make your own graphics card. There's never been a rule against it. People just don't know this information because those companies don't want it to be common knowledge. But if you go and watch Linus Tech Tips or any other place like that, they're going to tell you, like, what's it improving at this point? Is it just literally doing the processing for your computer? Then you might as well just buy a better processor. I will say this, better processors are usually worth the money, not the graphics card. Because the processor may not like the new graphics card. Guild Wars 2, that's the biggest problem. It uses a lot of processor, which is going to be changing, obviously, with DirectX 11, but that's it. There's the bottleneck, is the processor. Even if you have a great graphics card and you're like, no, let the graphics card do it, it will improve the look of the game, but only so much, because eventually your processor is going to go, no, I need to be running the game. That's how it's programmed. And then it's going to fight your graphics card. It's going to do things to change the settings on its own. And people think I'm kidding, but that's what's been happening for years. Just go look it up. It's crazy. You bought what you needed for the time. It's always okay to splurge. For Guild Wars 2, though, you don't need a big system for it. Anyways, that was a tangent. Let's talk about the combat in Guild Wars 2. Right now, I can run over 200 frames per second in Guild Wars 2. In some places, it stays over 100 frames, even inside of cities with more players. But graphically, I think the thing that's changed the most is when I'm moving. The game doesn't stutter and things like that. The graphics don't suddenly just slow down. I'm still able to hold at 60 FPS in most cases and things like that. So if you're curious about that side of things, so a better computer is better for the look of the game, but overall it's not improving everything substantially, but it does make things easier to see, I guess, now? I don't know. The game does look prettier. But with DirectX 11 too, I don't know. Coming in with DirectX 11, and I really can't say my computer did all of it. But ArenaNet's trying. But anyways, back to the combat stuff. Sorry about that. We're also releasing a massive balance update today. They said that, so full of changes. And then there's going to be another one July 18th, I believe they said, somewhere for the next balance updates. Because they released the major one and they go back after watching it a little bit and do some other adjustments. So that's going to be happening. I'll confirm that date where I can find it. But in our spring update blog, we talked about how we're looking for ways to add meaningful combat choices besides adding new elite specializations. With core trait lines and 3 expansions worth of elite specializations, each profession already has access to tons of roles and playstyles. For Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Skier, we focused our efforts on bolstering and refining existing combat systems and removing long-standing limitations to put even more compelling build choices in your hands. That's right. So that is their philosophy moving forward. Not elite specs. Not saying we're not going to get elite specs, because I'm sure maybe one day we will. But instead, let's look at what we have and how we can improve having it. And I think that's a great thing, because ArenaNet does well when they do go back to a system and improve it. Usually when they do that, I, myself, as a 10 going on 11-year veteran, like the game more. So like with the sky scale changes that are coming, it's just going to improve what I already have, which is great. I like this new ArenaNet. I don't know what they're doing, but Greece. Hello, by the way. I don't know what the question marks are for, but there's a new expansion that launches on August 22nd. Guild Discord, my Discord, check them out. Let me drink something. I don't have dry mouth today, so I forgot to tell my doctor I had that. I gotta write that down. It's just like I can't sleep. All right, at launch, Weapon Master Training. One of the best parts about an expansion release is getting to use new weapon and weapon skills from elite specializations. Up until now, you can only equip each elite specialization's weapon by locking yourself into the elite specialization's trait line. But what if you could charge into the fray as a hammer-wielding hollowsmith or control the battlefield as a firebrand with a longbow? This expansion will introduce a Weapon Master Training, which turns the elite specialization weapons already associated with each profession into core proficiencies. Once you've unlocked the Weapon Master Training in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure, you'll be able to use elite specialization weapons without the corresponding trait line equipped. This will be the case even if you haven't trained an elite specialization. That means that even if you don't own the other expansions, you'll be able to mix and match weapons from the elite specializations associated with them, which is going to open up a whole lot more possibilities. So, ArenaNet, good luck to you with the balance. You'll still need to own the appropriate expansion and fully unlock each elite specialization and make use of its trait line, not to mention getting the signature weapon and armor piece, which I still haven't done. Problem. Here are the weapons that will become part of each profession's core proficiencies in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. So I'm going to go through this slowly, so if you're listening and not watching or not reading along with me, that you will hear what it is. So here we go. Guardian, axe main hand, sword offhand, longbow. So those will become core proficiencies in Soto for Guardian. Axe main hand, sword offhand, longbow. Revenant, shield offhand, great sword, and short bow will become core proficiencies. So Revenant, shield offhand, great sword, short bow. Warrior, dagger main and offhand, pistol offhand, torch offhand. So that was dagger both hands, I'm just going to say it that way. Pistol offhand, torch offhand will become available to just any warrior setup. Engineer, mace main hand, sword main hand, hammer. Mace main hand, sword main hand, hammer. Ranger, dagger main hand, hammer staff. Dagger main hand, hammer staff for ranger. Thief, scepter main hand, rifle staff. So for Thief, scepter main hand, rifle staff as your core proficiencies. Elementalist, sword main hand, warhorn offhand, hammer. Sword main hand, warhorn offhand, hammer for Elementalist. Mesmer, axe main hand, dagger main hand, shield offhand. Axe main hand, dagger main hand, shield offhand. Necromancer, pistol main hand, torch offhand, great sword. Pistol main hand, torch offhand, great sword. So those are just all the elite specs opened up. Those weapons will go to your core proficiency. Exciting things. As a fun bonus, this means we're also introducing a few new skills for edge cases like Berserker's Primal Burst while wielding a dagger, or the Untame's Unleashed Ambush while wielding a staff. We're excited about the new freedom this will open up for all types of players. If you simply prefer a particular weapon, you'll be free to equip that weapon regardless of your elite specialization. If you like experimenting and optimizing your build, you have a ton of new combinations to explore. A lot of them. You'll be able to try out Weapon Master Training and combine different weapons and elite specializations during our beta weekend, which will run from June 29th to July 2nd. The third time I'm saying it. So this weekend will be a beta weekend for Weapon Master Training. It should be a lot of fun. I tweeted it out. I believe I put in announcements. Yep. Guildies, did I tell you? Yes. So I've set it to all the important groups to me. So we'll be able to do that this weekend. I don't know if I'll do a live stream of it, but I might, because I think it'll be fun to just sit there and talk about it a bit. At launch, Rune Rework. In the same spirit of opening more meaningful build choices, we're excited to be streamlining the rune system with Guild Wars 2 Secret of the Obscure. So, as we know runes, you need 6 pieces of rune. And the last one gives you usually either a big bonus to a stat or it does something special. So I'm just going to streamline this so I don't have to read the whole thing. They're removing that extra bonus wild card setup. So, you know, something that says, you know, gives you 7% if you have a companion with 7% extra damage. If you have a companion with you, will be removed. From what it reads, from here, it says, but fear not, special bonus effects in combat aren't just going away as a category. We've split them off into their own build component. So you can choose both the stats you want and which special effect is right for your build, and then they're going to be called relics. So the 6th tier of each rune set will instead complete the stat bonuses associated with the rune set, and the additional special effects or conditional bonuses will be removed entirely. So I wish they sort of wrote this a bit differently. Your legendary runes aren't devalued, Chaz, as you were asking in Discord. You'll receive the final stat increase that I don't remember if all of them have, so it'll be interesting to see what that does. So your runes are still extremely important because you're going to want stats. But now we're going to have to work on these things called relics. So what relics will do is make... I wonder if some of them will become redundant. But relics will make us be able to be like, man, I really wish this was on something else. Because I have said that in the past. I hope they've really looked at and balanced it. Because I've already thought up something that could really break some things. But hopefully they've thought of it. Oh God, Zorric, this is not good for ArenaNet. You're gonna mess. We're gonna mess up World versus World, aren't we? I've been diving in the chest lately, and I've been looking at something to destroy the Boon Ball after today. And if they're changing this August 20th, the end of Boon Ball. Oh God. We'll see what the relics bring us, though. I guess that's what really matters. But if they really do bring those bonuses out, I'm going to be looking for 2 specific ones. And people are going to cry. They're just going to cry. I'm sorry, ArenaNet. I can't help myself. Nullcron, hello. How are you? Kareem, this sounds exciting. It is. Nullcron, what did I say about hitting on other mods in my chat? Gee, gosh. Where's my heart? All right, enough. Introducing relics. Starting on August 22nd, everyone's build will include a relic slot that becomes unusable at level 60. Let me read that again. Starting on August 22nd, everyone's build will include a relic slot that becomes usable at level 60. I don't know what happened there. I can't tell you. So at level 60, it'll introduce the relic. And for veterans, it'll be there. Many of the relics that are available to players, regardless of expansion ownership, will cover the functionality of popular 6th tier rune bonuses. For example, the Relic of Trooper's effect is identical to the previous 6th tier Trooper rune effect. Remove a condition from each affected ally after using a shout skill. Other core relics have an updated effect compared to the 6th tier rune they used to be associated with, like the Relic of the Thief. Upon striking an enemy with a weapon skill that has a cooldown or resource cost, gain 1% strike damage for 6 seconds, up to a maximum of 5 stacks. Refresh duration of all stacks to 6 seconds. Generally, you'll be able to get relics through crafting, instanced content like Fractals of the Mist and strike missions, reward tracks, achievements, and more. To celebrate the new system, we'll distribute a relic selection box to all players at launch. Okay. Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure owners can look forward to expansion exclusive relics as well. Some of these will become available at launch, with others to follow in other releases. Future update expanded weapon proficiency. To round out for combat systems updates, we're granting each profession proficiency with an additional weapon. Like we said earlier, getting to play with a new weapon and changing out your first 5 skills is one of the most impactful parts of the elite specialization for many players. The weapons and weapon skills we're introducing to each profession in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure are meant to satisfy that same itch of a new skill set. We just focused on making these weapons fit in with the existing trait lines. This is planned for the second major release after launch, and we're aiming to ship those major releases quarterly. We'll have more details about the style of play associated with these weapons as we get closer to this feature shipping, and later this year we'll have a beta for you to preview the changes. For now, here's the lineup of who's getting what. So these will be the new weapons down the road, not at launch, down the road. So Guardian will be getting pistol, main hand, and offhand. Guardian, pistol, main hand, and offhand. Revenant will be getting scepter, main hand, though that should be interesting. Warrior will be getting staff. That should be fun. So warrior staff, engineer short bow. I like it. Engineer short bow. Ranger mace, main hand and offhand. Okay, maracas for the ranger. Interested to see what happens there. Thief axe main hand. Makes a lot of sense in my opinion. So axe main hand for the thief. Elementalist pistol main hand. Finally, we get some elemental bullets. So pistol main hand for elementalist. Mesmer rifle. Now this one is interesting to me. I wonder how they're going to utilize the rifle for Mesmer, since they already have so many projectiles. Really, I'm really curious to how this rifle is going to work. And then Necromancer is getting swords, main hand and offhand. So a slice 'em up Necromancer is on the way. So. And I think Chaz was the one that asked me the question in Discord, am I going to be using the sword? It really depends on what the swords do, right? Because if my build is front-end damage, power, utilizing chill and things as a Reaper, if I find a build I enjoy that maybe isn't Reaper or is Reaper and the swords provide some of that life force gain and things that way, because I'm not a big dagger user as some people are with Reaper, or even Scourge, so or base Necro. I guess a lot of people like dagger, but if the swords do something that I feel is a lot more fun and that kind of thing, I will definitely do that. So for the 4th time, there will be a beta June 29th to July 2nd this weekend, 2023. There it is. There it is. Oh, thank you, Noel Cron. Giving me some love. Here, I'll give you some love. Here, I can do this now! Got it. If you're wondering what music I'm listening to, it is directly the End of Dragon soundtrack. If you're wondering. Okay, I'm talking over it because that's how I have to give it to you. If you get cubed, join, you'll be able to use emotes. The 4 emotes. Oh, if you're wondering what the 4 emotes are, let me show that again. It's our mascot Anger, Rip, Chicken, and Love. And then Binary being the first person to get cubed gives us halfway to the next emote. I think I needed 2 members to be able to put in a 5th emote. YouTube's like, you're going to have to work for this. And I was like, Shah, we don't work here. Anyhow, let's talk about the new rewards. So this, I think, is the most important part of the entire thing. Hold on, let me go back to this page really quick. If you've used my link for Guild Wars 2 and things like that, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Sure, cookies are on, ad blocker is disabled, but you can pre-purchase the game right now. And if the game's already out, you can still use that link more than likely and buy the game. So, anyhow, you're trying to join. If you have any problems, just let me know. But I didn't find any problem myself, so it looked pretty straightforward, but I don't know if it's different for other people. I went to another channel that had membership, and I checked it out and went through the process, is what I did. But hold on, something I needed to look at. What was it? Okay. New rewards. Sorry, there's some things I needed to go check out. Okay. New rewards in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. This is going to be great. Some of this will be available to everyone. Some of it will be because you have bought the stuff, and some of it is going to be a generalistic, other things, and it may require the expansions or not and things like that, so just pay attention a little bit here. I'll try my best not to have my ADHD go flying off the edge here as I try to read, but let's go. As part of today's announcement, we've got an official page with high-level view of the expansion as a whole, plus deep dives into the combat system changes, story, and instance content. And in this blog, you'll find information about some of the rewards waiting for you in expansion. Opening the Wizard's Vault. Your journeys in the expansion will bring you face to face with the Wizard's Court, a group of powerful magic users who live high in the skies above Tyria. For over a millennium, the Wizard's Court has amassed a large trove of riches and curiosities in their private vault, nestled safely in their mysterious floating tower in the sky. Now relieved from their long isolation, the Wizards are hungry for knowledge of the world they've dedicated themselves to protecting and are willing to share some of their bounty with you in exchange for a favor or two. The Wizard's Vault is a new streamlined reward system that combines the best elements of the daily login and daily achievement systems, allowing you to play Guild Wars 2 the way you want to, whether it's PvE, player versus player, world versus world, or a mix, and earn a wide variety of exciting rewards for doing so. This is sort of revamping the login system, right? And your dailies, as I call them, getting the daily login, doing your daily achievements for that 2 gold, which I've sort of stopped doing myself, so this may get me more interested in that kind of thing. They show a picture of a griffin skin, I think. With the release of Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure, you'll receive new objectives to complete daily, weekly, and with each quarterly release. As you complete objectives, you'll earn Astral Acclaim, a new account-wide currency which can be exchanged for rewards of your choosing, such as new weapons and armor skins, a small selection of items previously exclusive to the gem store, crafting materials, gold, mystic coins, legendary crafting starting kits, and more. Those rewards will refresh on a quarterly basis, but fear not, as new items cycle in, any Wizard's Vault exclusive rewards will simply be moved into a legacy section of the vault, where they'll remain available for the same type of currency indefinitely. So they will keep adding things, but the old stuff does not get removed. So you will always be able to get stuff from a previous thing. Whenever you get the same type of currency, you'll be able to go back and get it if you just didn't have time or whatever. This is great because a lot of people feel like they miss out on rewards. So, and I'll say right here, because they say I stopped a little early here. Our goal is for the Wizard's Vault rewards are meant to be attainable through regular normal play. There are no paid upgrades or progression skips, and the legacy section exists to take the time pressure off and allow players to catch up if they take a break. Guild Wars 2 has always been about that. You can play as much as you want, stop, come back. There's no sub cost, right? This is a continuation of that. Some Wizards Vault tasks and rewards are exclusive to the Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure, but all accounts with a level 80 character will have access to this feature. So it is available for every account with a level 80 character. So once you get to level 80, no matter if you have the expansion or not, you will be able to get the rewards, but some of them are exclusive to Soda. So makes sense, and I expect that to continue in the future. But again, everybody's getting the Wizards Vault. Just a better way. Hope that sounds good. Hope that sounds good. Sounds good to me. The next thing's gonna sound even better to me because I have stated this I don't know how many times, but here we go. On August 22nd, 2 new armor sets will become available. The first, the Astral Ward armor, is thematically tied to the story of Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure and shares the same appearance for all 3 armor weights. The second set, Rift Hunter's armor, has unique looks for each weight. A third set will be released after launch. Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure will also introduce a new set of legendary armor, Obsidian armor. This will be the first set that doesn't require heavy investment into raids or competitive experiences. Instead, the various crafting components come from open world gameplay in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. So this is the first open world legendary armor. And it does look like you'll need the expansion to acquire it, but yes, I love my casual play. As someone who was once called the king of casuals for Guild Wars 2, in fact, I'm building those 14 legendary weapons casually. I'm not putting in huge strike mission time, going off to do other things to gain big money. No, I'm just harvesting things, logging in every day. I mean that's how I play. So this is great. This is something I've wanted. Now, how much time will it take? We're gonna find out next year, more than likely. So whenever they release the new armor, my whole goal for next year was actually to finish my armor sets, both of them. So medium and heavy. Now I'll be able to finish medium through World versus World, and it looks like Obsidian armor, the heavy. If you have to choose a tier, I'm gonna choose heavy. I loved Obsidian armor in Guild Wars 1. The new legendary armor set is planned. I'm telling you way too much. The new legendary armor set is planned for release in the second major update following the expansion's launch. You'll be able to begin working toward it on August 22nd, though. Crucial components will be available to acquire, and you'll be able to start training your Astral Ward masteries to unlock crafting recipes. Part of the necessary steps for completing a legendary armor will be completing the Astral Ward and Rift Hunter's armor collections. So looks like that will need to be done. Things are going to get very expensive very quickly. We'll probably talk about it as it happens. Beyond that, the expansion is rife with rewards that will be available at launch and over time. If you're pre-purchasing the expansion, you'll get a weapon choice box that will get you started on the Eagle Eye weapon set, one of the 3 upgradable Tier 2 weapon sets coming in Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. On top of that, we've got new unique weapon skins, armor pieces, and back items coming on August 22nd in the following releases. We'll have more details on other types of rewards like miniatures, emotes, infusions, tonics, new fish, and more as we get closer to launch. But check out today's story blog to learn how you'll be able to unlock a Skyscale mount skin reward. We've already talked about the Skyscale. I thought it was more important to talk about it now than wait until later. And of course, that's it. So there it is. Guild Wars 2 Secrets of the Obscure. Oh, I forgot to link it in chat. What a dummy. Watch the teaser. There will more than likely be a trailer before the game releases. So we got the beta this weekend to see the weapon training. And then, yeah, they'll be slowly feeding us the things. I guarantee it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Man, that was a lot to go through, though. It didn't take that long. I guess about 40 minutes with me talking about other things. Everything is posted up on the Discord, by the way. So if you join the Discord from below, you're not ready to pre-purchase, you want to go ahead and look at that stuff yourself, I put all the links to those things, today's patch notes, the announcement, the rewards, the combat philosophy, the sky scale, it's all there. Then I put my support link if you want to check that out. And then I also posted up the Twitter message I had earlier. It's also found in the Guild Wars 2 channel. Some stuff being talked about already, but now that we've gone through it, there it is. I'm curious to see where the story is going. The mists come back to strike us in the face. What do the wizards have? I'm excited to see what other content creators are going to say about today. I'm not really into the speculation, although speculation for Guild Wars 2 is a lot more digestible, I think, because we have a lot of players who are very invested in the story, who do the research, who look at what ArenaNet, who understand the devs even better than me. I'm going to say that for sure, that there are definitely some content creators who absolutely understand what ArenaNet is looking for when they create something, and I think that's great. So might spend your gems early. I understand that 100%, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to give away some gems. Not today. Not yet. But be on the Discord, because we go celebrate. I'm definitely gonna give away some gems on Twitter and Discord before the expansion drops. Let me think here. Probably 22 codes are going to go out the door, each 400 gems, and you can join both the Twitter and the Discord giveaways when they happen. But I'm just going to go ahead and say we're doing that. Day one, I'm trying to think of how more than likely, I will be playing the expansion here live day one. So I see no reason not to. Even though I don't like playing new content, Guild Wars 2 is sort of different when something comes out. A lot of people have to race. But yeah. Let me check. A lot of devs talking on Twitter. They're excited. But we're about to get in the game, check out the gym store. We're going to check out... trying to think what else is here. I don't know if I'll get to the new fractal today. It's been a long time since I've played a fractal. Just gonna talk about some stuff in game. I'm just gonna say that. Oh. We're gonna check out that. We're gonna check something else out. But I won't touch on any of the story stuff. I still need to catch up on story, so we're not gonna go check out the Arena thing that we talked about earlier. That was mentioned. But all these pictures, man, a gold, black, and white expansion color is great. Yeah, I don't see anything else. So it looks like ArenaNet got everything out the door. No, we are not getting new elite specs. And welcome back, Binary. Will I finish my legendaries by then? Correct. There is no choice now but to have those out of my way. Yes, I will. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to change course from what I've been doing. We're just going to have to grind gold. Will that burn me out before the expansion? That should be the question. Will I get burnt out before I'm able to play the new content? And the answer is yes. Yes, I will, because I'll need to do 100 gold a day if I'm going to catch up because I'm falling behind. Does this also mean that I have to abandon what I had scheduled? Yes, it does. Sadly, my Final Fantasy playthroughs, we may still do a little bit of it, but didn't know an expansion was coming this fast. I seriously thought if they're going to do expansion this year, it was going to be November again. October, November. And they were like, no, why wouldn't we release it for our 11th birthday? And I was like, I don't know. Why are you asking me that question? And then Josh Davis got up out of his chair and he slapped me. Like, hard. He's like, get with it, man. But no, we're not getting elite specs. So just to cover some quick and dirty things. Daily system is sort of getting revamped a little bit. Trying to think when you log into the game, what's going to hit you first. Masteries are going to be introduced, including an update to our Sky Scale specifically. Weapons are going to be unlocked for all the traits. So whether you run one elite spec or not, so you can use a greatsword on a base necro. You know, if you really want to use dagger on a berserker, you can. It's coming. That's cool. So we're getting new weapon skills and sort of a combination. The new weapons that I said won't be coming out, so, you know, Necro Sword on first day isn't going to happen. That'll be coming later. Again, everything I read today, it's sort of a mixed bag. We're getting a lot of stuff on launch, sort of introduce the systems, put the stuff in place, and then we're going to get more of it in those quarterly releases. So, no elite specs, I can respect it, but the new weapons and things like that, I think that's enough for us as players to have to deal with. I wonder in the future if they're just going to separate the two. Not give us new weapons, but give us new trait lines. Because that would be better, in my opinion, not to flood the game with too much imbalance too quickly. Yeah, so yeah, that's the other consequence to them open that stuff up. Now, when you have weapons tied to what happens, right? Now what happens? You know, so yeah. Get the Traveler, hello. This is exciting because this is the first time we get to see the new ArenaNet at work. And they didn't just say, hey, it's coming out on August 22nd. Here's the main key. They actually took the time to explain this stuff to us and sort of give us a little insight into their thought process. And that's different than past. In the past, we can get it, but this time it was sort of in your face. This is what we're doing. Do you accept? You know, like it's not ArenaNet just saying we're doing something. It's sort of proving it to us. Like, it's not just proof of concept. This is what you're getting. We hope you enjoy it. And that's great. And I love the fact that they're willing to give us legendary armor in open world. I love the fact that they're willing to give us new weapons in the set of what we have. But does that also mean they're gonna give us new weapons, pole arms and things like that in the future? I really hope so. But you know, we don't want to get into that potential expectations type of thing that we pressure developers and content creators and other gamers with, right? We want to just sort of, now we just need to accept the new ArenaNet and just see what's coming. I think that's the best way to approach how this is happening. So, you know, I may not have liked the first part of the story. I haven't finished it, but when they introduced the last bit, but if that's just the old ArenaNet still peeking its head through, and I go back and play the rest of the story, or even finish this one, it doesn't even mean the next part of the story isn't going to be good or something that I like more than what's happening, because I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, does it? If ArenaNet is still trying to shake off some of the old stuff and be like, yo, the players want this, the players need this, the players seem to like this, so we're going to give them more of that. That's much different than constantly reinventing the wheel, giving some new revolutionary thing. If they just keep taking, you know, players really like the mount masteries, let's give them more. And if they've already put the work in, let's give them something to sort of reward them for that. So they're not only just giving us content, they're rewarding us for playing past content. So it's sort of, in a way, now vets finally get what we've always wanted to, being rewarded for always being here, right? Putting in the effort, the work, and things like that. Not only have I already seen that in the community with new players taking charge and helping veterans sort of have to go back to the basics, and now veterans are approaching the game just a little bit differently, and all this work that we've put in to get new players up to speed or even understanding systems a little bit better, it seems to finally be working. And I think that's because the entire attitude of the game is changing, because the devs have changed what they're doing. I think this new system is a side effect of ArenaNet finally changing their outlook on the game, not caving into the players, but looking at it as a way of they are here, and they're not going to stay here if we continue just to continually throw stuff at them and hope it sticks. Instead, they're going, well, what did stick? Look at this huge wall we have, you know? Yeah, they love elite specs, but every time, why aren't more people liking the new shiny? Is it the shiny they like? No, it's the idea of experimentation. They said that in the blog. They say it straight up. Players like doing this. They didn't do that in the past. They didn't go, hey, players like doing this, so we're doing more of it. But this time they're like, yeah, the writing is on the wall. Not only did we throw it on there, it wrote a message for us saying, hey, dummy, freaking do more of that. I hate new elite specs. I'll just admit it. Every time it's like, God, man, the imbalance in the game goes further. But now, seeing them step back and be like, well, we know what the weapon skills do. Let's just give them the weapon on any of the elite specs or core class, right? It's all core proficiency now, because not only does that let us experiment and finally try things with the other stuff, because I've already started running into that as a veteran. Oh man, if only I could have that weapon on the Reaper, right? I've said too much already. But now that I can, things will change in the game. Expect the unexpected, which is always a driving force for the player base, in my opinion. And I love it. I love whatever this is. And I hope not only does it continue to improve, because in time with the experience they'll have to improve it, because it's not probably where they want it now, but as it does get perfected, I expect Guild Wars 2 to start taking off, not in the sense of the biggest MMO, but a lot of people taking a second, third, fourth look at it. And I really hope veterans can shake off their jadedness. The thorns are going to be there from the past, but if they keep moving and fixing things and learning from the past, the new content should make us excited to see it and be like, man, I wish dungeons got revamped, but if the stories are so good that we're willing to go replay them, do we need new dungeons is the question. Is Strike Mission scratching the itch because of the challenge modes for raiders? Things like that. And we sort of just now have to, as players, take our trust and put it in their hands and be like, okay, let's see what you got. And I think from Into Dragons and seeing what they're willing to do with that, and now seeing how much they're willing to share and still be involved in the community, you know, I have to say something has drastically changed in the company. I don't know what it is, but this feels far from what Season 4 felt like. And if a lot of people don't know my opinion on Season 4 felt depressing to me. It just felt like something was wrong. And then the layoffs happened. You guys remember the layoffs and when that happened and all that kind of stuff? And it's just so on and so forth. And there were like public issues and stuff I'm not going to bring up. But like after the layoff, like in 2019, I think it was February 2019, I almost felt like I don't want to lose ANETs, right? But then to hear them, you know, Josh Davis come back and then be like, listen, this game is doing great. After you know, a while, and being like, players really like Into Dragons. Players love the Steam launch. And there was an interview I forget which website had it, where he said Steam wasn't successful in the sense of there are a ton of people playing it, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people playing it. I think there was like 5 to 8,000 players a day or something like that. And a lot of people are like, it failed. It was the client downloads. So people saw it on Steam and realized, oh, I don't want Steam to get a cut, or there were limitations, and then they went to the website and got the desktop client because that's what they're reading in the reviews. So even though the reviews are negative and they were talking about, oh, you know, just get the desktop client, you don't need to do it on Steam, that actually got more players into the game, because no news is bad news. And if people are actually enjoying the game and the only problem is how you're getting to that game, it made the game successful. And Josh said that. He said it wasn't so much that a ton of people are playing on Steam, it was the fact that people finally knew the game existed. And so we got an influx of more players than what we got on Steam. And a lot of people aren't realizing that. It's great. Yes, you got to finish it. If you have not finished the End of Dragon storyline, I suggest it. It's not the hardest storyline. In fact, I loved the final fight to End of Dragon. I think it was, a lot of people are like, Zorric, what is your favorite moment in Guild Wars 2 of all time? And it has to be the ending to End of Dragons, the final fight against Suwon. I just think that's just sort of the devs going, all right, here's a superstar. You know, like you're playing Mario and you just, you know, you literally just kick the faces in of all the dragons you've killed. Like, I don't want to spoil too much if you haven't finished it, but you need to get there, because even though I've said that, it's nowhere near what you're gonna feel when you're doing it and what's happening and all that stuff. They just literally said, here's chaos, and they're like, but, and you're just like, what is this? I loved it. I was smiling until I died because I made a mistake, but I was smiling because it was just so out of character for ArenaNet to just be like, what if, but you know what? Let's do it. And they just hit the button. Somebody was like, let's just do it, right? And then nobody disagreed. They were like, yeah, all right. Buildcraft will be huge. It will. Wonder if Axe Signet Warrior is any good in End of Dragon's open world. It's not bad. I think a lot of people play Axe. I think it comes down to armor and runes. I don't know one of my guildies lazy warrior build. I wonder how effective it is. Yeah, Galco knows what I'm talking about. 6 more mastery points for Gen 2 legendary crafting? You mean Gen 3? Or are you looking at a Gen 2? Gen 2 legendary. Probably jump on when you get home. No, Gen 2? Okay. I was just asking. Just asking. Hey. Look at this. What? What? No hostility meant? No, I meant no hostility from me either. Okay. Let's jump in the game, look at the gym store really quick, because they did do stuff today. I'm gonna have to move this stuff over. Wonder if they've patched it at all. No, it doesn't look like it. Good. Does that mean the launcher's going to change? That finally mean the launcher's going to change again? What happened? You need a single spoon from Fractals and grind it for over 20 hours and it never dropped. Then I think you gave up? Oh, I know an easy way for you to get that. I need to run you through the Ascalonian fractal. It's really fast. Yes. The dev who worked on the music did say there's going to be a lot of new music with this expansion too. And they worked on it. I'm glad people are excited about this. I'm excited. I'm not hyped. I don't actually feel hyped for the expansion. I'm just excited that it's happening, you know? I don't know how to explain the feeling. It's like I knew it was coming type of thing because they were like, we're already working on the 4th expansion. But like, now that I see what's in it, it's not that I'm hype. It's like, well, I need to get ready to be able to accept this into my existence, you know? I don't know. My colors on this character are gold and black. So with this expansion being the gold, black, and white, great things ahead. New music, yeah. This is Guild Wars 2 music. What? Yeah, it's the jazz version of one of the songs. Hold on, what's this Mel? Oh, I can do this now. Yes. Yes. Is that more story stuff? Okay. Snap your fingers and smoke a cigarette? Wow, that's stereotyping. Let's see what's on the gym store. Secrets of the Skier preparation pack. Other than that, character slot, 2 bag expansion, 10 black lion keys, unbreakable gathering tools, and a black lion instant level 80 ticket. Oh, I never went over what's in those packages, did I? Hold on. Hold on. Everybody, we gotta take a moment here. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. So if you're gonna buy End of Dragons, End of Dragons, this is not in English. Not End of Secrets of the Obscure. What language is this? That is French. And I have English? Thank you. Don't know why it was in French. Secrets of the Obscure. There we go. The standard edition is $25. Okay? And I go through everything that's there. Some other pictures. Look at that armor. What the hell? $25 US. Gonna be facing Sauron. Yeah. The deluxe edition is $50. The standard edition, shared inventory slot, and a max level boost to help prepare for the that's pre-purchased today. Did they get the Arcane Spellweaver's hat skin, a weapon of your choice from the Eagle Eye weapon collection, and a Demon Hunter title. Deluxe version will give you everything that I just said, plus a character slot, an identity repair kit, the Magic Juggle emote tome, and the Astral Ward Feathered Raptor skin. Okay? And the Ultimate Edition is $75. It's not $80. I don't know where I get $80 then. But it's $75 US. So again, make sure you cover that in the sense of I want to say when I looked at, you know what, I can't I? Because I can change languages. But you get the Ultimate Experience Guild Wars 2. You'll get everything in the Deluxe Edition. So everything in the Standard, the Deluxe, plus 4,000 gems to spend on the Black Lion Trading Company. And if you pre-purchase it, you get the Arcane Spellweaver's Hat Skin, Eagle Eye Weapon Collection box, probably, and a Demon Hunter title. So pre-purchasing it will give you some extra things. The Ultimate Edition is the Deluxe and Standard combined, which actually makes sense. If the Standard is 25, Deluxe is 50, the Ultimate is 75. You're getting both of the stuff, but more importantly, 4,000 gems. I go over this every time. It's $50 alone. So what you're actually buying is just 4,000 gems and the Deluxe package for half off. It's a great way to look at it. But, or however you want to look at it, you're getting 4,000 gems for half off in the Deluxe package. Usually it's worth it to get the gems, in my opinion, because you'll never get half off gems. Usually it's by most, I think, is 20%. So yeah, it's a great time to grab some gems. Is there... Oh, the compare button does work. Excellent. So, you're getting the game, shared inventory slot, max level boost, additional character slot, a raptor skin, the magic juggle emote, which they actually show you, so you're juggling different colored balls, identity repair kit, and 4,000 gems with the ultimate package. The deluxe, $25 less, but you're still getting everything but the gems. Standard, you'll get a max level boost, shared inventory slots, and the game. The deluxe looks okay, because that additional character slot skin doesn't look bad either. Additional character slot is 600 gems. Identity repair kit is like everything, right? No. You can compare it if you really want. I'll be getting the Ultimate Edition no matter what. I'm pretty sure I have to buy it myself. They don't do gem sales like they used to. They usually let third parties do it now. Miss having a physical item / collection? What do you mean? Oh, like a physical copy of the game? Games? Yes, my link is in the description. It's on the Discord. Remember to enable cookies and shut off your ad blocker. And then also, you may want to do that and then go back and click the link. But you don't have to. But it may be a good idea. I don't know. I don't know why I don't have my own landing page, because that's the way it should be, but I guess it's because it's maintenance. Someone leaves the partner program, they have to go remove the landing page. But they really should. I'm just saying it. Anyhow. There we go. There was the pricing. I apologize for not talking about that sooner. Box and the manual and the map, yeah. The reason why a lot of companies do not charge less for a digital copy and don't produce physical copies much anymore is because it is the one way they can continue to run it at that price. If they continue to make physical copies and sell millions of physical copies and things like that, they have to make up that price, right? And this is just a good way to not have to do that. If that makes sense. So, you know, it sucks that we don't get something for it, but now that what they usually do is they let you purchase, you can buy the box now. Some games are like, the game is digital. The only way to get it is to download it, but they'll sell you a box, like the game itself, and then give you some extra things inside of there, which is an interesting way to do it. But then it's also you know, you're paying the coverage to produce it and things like that, so they can do it. And then others are just like, well, buy the music disc and we'll give you a physical copy of something and stuff like that, like a vinyl. That's about today's balance patch. I have no freaking clue. I've read through it twice. Things have been changed. Boon Ball's going to be stronger. I saw that they did change some things around. It's going to be something I'm going to have to study a bit before I can make any judgments, but more than likely I'm going to do what everyone else is going to do. I'm going to go watch other content creators talk about it, various ones. More than likely Muckluck will be on the top of that list because I just love the way he gives information. My brain can retain it a bit better, and I don't know why. It's just the sort of straightforward black and white, here's the data type of thing. Even when he does make a comment about something too, I can either agree or disagree with it just as fast as he's moving. But it also gives me an idea of what he's thinking and then what I was already thinking. And there may be, if it's an opposing thing, I may have been thinking about it wrong. So it's good for me to go back and be like, okay, why did he think that way? Or when he says something and I agree with it, it means we're on the same page, understanding like ArenaNet is doing this because, and then of course, then I'm going to go after other content creators. I'll go check out Mighty Teapot, you know, because he runs his tournaments and things like that. I'll go check out, you know, see what Valen's thoughts are, and just various creators of different play styles, you know, raiders and that kind of thing, world versus worlders. I usually check out their stuff to see what they think about the balance patch. And I think that's how all of you should consume it, because my thoughts are going to be very specific for me. I'm not very good. I don't play every class. I don't look at every class. So it's going to be very biased for the most part. And then a lot of times when I'm thinking of it, I think world versus world and open world PvE. And so that may not help people as much, because in world versus world, I'm thinking opposing side versus versus actually playing that class. I'm thinking about how to defeat it. So again, that's not going to help a lot of people, but it may be something for people to chew on. So, but as of right now, I have no idea. It's such a big balance patch. I'm just going to say that there's good and bad in it. And again, they did change some things around. So they are listening to the public, even though that's sort of been, Reddit wasn't there and stuff like that when the stuff launched. And of course the forums, people are going to be like, but my class got nerfed. And it's like, well, your class did decide to get nerfed, but there was a lot of stuff in there. I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, you know, why are you making these changes to Virtuoso when it's not actually going to help them with what you said the problem was? Like, that's how I felt for some of it. Like, how's this going to help people use blades? I felt frustrated when I read it the first time. So reading back through it a little bit today, I was like, I don't know. That's where I'm left. Like, is it a balance patch or is it actually a balance patch? Because again, this is a different ArenaNet, so I have to approach it without that balance patch in mind, where it's just they're changing crap around to get players that are abusing something, or, you know, something's being overused to stop being overused type stuff. And this is more of, they're going to keep using it, but we've adjusted it from this. Scourge changes too. I don't know. When they first came out, I'm going to go back and take a hard look at it again. I'm sure Mighty Teapot's going to have a lot to say about that one. So, Nolkron getting cubed. Thank you, Nolkron. I appreciate that. You know what this means? We get another emote now.
Hello, stranger.
I'm thinking lucky. I'm going to put lucky emote back in chat. But yeah, I highly suggest anytime a balance patch comes out or any new content, don't just go to your favorite content creator. Go see what some other ones are saying, because it may give you just a little bit extra thoughts. Although you should always come back here because, you know, you need your daily dose of salt. But yeah. Also, my support link, you automatically get a thank you when you use mine. I don't know about everybody else's. You know, they may just be like, give me your money, thanks. I go, oh, did you use my link? Thank you. Different. It's completely different. I give you the thank you up front. Saying, you know what, go ahead and take this. Like if you went to the dentist and they gave you the sucker first. Okay, maybe that's not a good analogy. Anyhow, what we got here? A what the hell? J-Tech Siege Turtle skin? I'm just kidding. Go use your favorite content creator's link, though, please. It helps support us, and it costs no extra. No extra. Then we can do great things. So it's just a turtle made out of jade? Someone is like, I don't want to raise a turtle. I just want to build a turtle. I don't know what to think of this thing. I wonder what the glow is like, maybe? I'm really trying to absorb what's happening here. It does look good, though. Is it worth 1,600 gems? I don't know. It's pretty close, though. This does look better than some other things, like a tiger. Don't get me started on that tiger. What the Brawler's silk skin is this? All my other stuff is on. We'll never know. Brawler's silk jacket skin. Oh, those are wraps. And I can't see the wraps because of the other thing? Okay. Wow. Did we ever talk about the Exo Rifle skin? I think we did. Oh yeah, they came out with the hammock chair. I don't think we've talked about that. Look at off. 20% off of a Black Lion instant level 80 ticket. If you're a new player, please don't use this. Please play through the first 80 levels. It doesn't take long in Guild Wars 2. People are impatient, but you learn so much by leveling a character. And it looks like a bunch of minis are on sale. Bag slots are on sale, 20% off. Outfits are on sale. Man, they've been... Those bag slots, they really want you to buy them. I think they're trying to tell us something. All right. Is there anything else that was new? No, it was just those three things in the preparation pack. Cool. Black Lion chest, did those change? I didn't see that they changed. I never finished my Into Dragons Fisher. Ooh. The Dragon Bash is over. No, the Dragon Coffer's still there.
Yes?
God Mode Warrior build on YouTube. That sounds really good. Gotta give that a shot later. Just be careful, because again, the balance patch today may have changed a little bit of that. But it'll probably still work, let's be honest. Boony Beard, hello. Yeah, Guild Wars. So the stuff... Hold on. So the shimmering weapons are in here, which are freaking fantastic, and I missed that set, I think. The magical weapons are in here? Okay. Then the hollow skin outfit, hologram outfit is still here. And I have to show you all this. This is probably one of the greatest spoiled spoiler things that someone tried to send me 3 days ago. I don't know how they got it. The Jade Bot skin. We have to open 50 Black Lion chests. We have to now. It looks so good in the preview. This is so dumb. I love it. He's so chubby. He looks completely in control, to be honest. The sound I don't know if he's making sound in the preview. Hold on. Let me turn up the game a bit.
What can I do for you?
Hold on. Hold on. He does make sound. Just can't hear it very well. Hold on. Is he like teleporting? What? Well, that's a well done preview. That's a well done preview right there. That's probably the best preview of anything in this game. Okay, well, looks like we'll be doing a Black Lion chest opening. I don't know if the dragon coffer is going to stay there, though. That's a little weird. That threw me off.
What can I do for you?
I actually want to wait to see if this changes. But keeping the dragon coffers is actually not bad. Because the value of the dragon coffers is a lot. These dragon coffers, because they give you back gold standard. And they should become a lot cheaper, by the way. Those shimmering weapons, yes, absolutely. Yeah, you can get crystal infusions. Should I open these today? The value of these chests for me right now is a lot. Lotus, mithril, hardwood, flaxseed, meh. Leatherworker, tailor. Those aren't terrible either because there's things you can do with those materials. Okay.
What can I do for you?
There's not a new Black Lion weapon set, I don't think. We go check that out really quick. Oh yeah, we got all this stuff to open up today and sell. I forgot, I wanted to do it on... I didn't get the weekly done for the 4th Dragon Render chest, so... Sorry. It's me. I got tired last night and I just went to bed. Was some kind of pet before today? Was it? I'm not sure if that was the case. Guild Wars 2's reinstalling. I want to say I'm sorry, but I'm unless it's reinstalling because something broke, then I'm sorry. But if you're reinstalling because nope, we're still done with that, good. Because of all this excitement, then I'm not sorry. Those are numbers. I'm leaving that there. Alright, so none of that. I'm trying to think. I haven't done the new story, so we're not going to go do that at all. But let's go back to Arborstone and open all of this stuff. I opened all the coffers. I did sell all my Jawbreakers. But this is going to be champ loot from all the coffers that I gained. So this is all the stuff I got from the coffers. A lot less of the food, alcohol. The dye stuff was actually pretty rare. I didn't get a red dye one until yesterday. But let's go. So some tier 6 mats, lots of tier 5. It's going to be a lot of identified gear. Ores. No lodestones so far. Oh, gotta complain. Got 2 of them. The branded ones here seem to be some of the best. Wow, look at all the exotics. Shiverstone Entropies, 2 of them. And Kinshi's Wing. And a Jalus Greaves. And it looks like I ended up with a stack. 250 unidentified, stack 168. There we go. I don't think there was any blue. So we can go ahead and consume that. But everything else I can just throw in the bank. 8 ancient bones, which is actually pretty good. Those are pretty expensive. A lot of bloodstone dust. Guess I can go ahead. No, let's keep the rares. They're at. How are we going to do this is the question. Let's bring this up here. I'm going to go ahead and just do one of those. Open these 168. Another exotic out of that. Break down all the masterwork.
Mine. All mine.
For each dungeon collection, weapon and armor, how good is the old extra chest you get? I can't remember. I'm gonna have to look it up. Jesus, what is going on? What are you talking about? Magnificent code enchant. It doesn't exist. Magnificent. Oh. No, it's still not there. Oh, yeah. So it gives you the, so what it really gives you is some end-game stuff, but it's the Bane's Tooth out of it. So each one of them has some kind of ascended accessory, I believe. I don't remember if those are part of a collection too. But that accessory then can be bought from a vendor at any point. So when you finish those tracks, you just get access to the ascended item. And if you have legendary ascended, you know, accessory, it's not a big deal. But that's what it was there for. So by completing certain tracks, you would get the stats that you need from the specific dungeon for the Ascended Accessory. I guess that's not such a big deal anymore, but as a newer player, I think it's more accessible to get that done than... Well, no, because now they give you... Yeah, they give you... You get the Arena one, which is better to go after, I guess. I don't know, I mean... How good is it? Not very good if you've been playing the game a long time. But I think it's still worth getting because of achievement points and stuff like that. Yeah, there's Adelburn's Burden, Bellfire's Ember, Delana's Coin Purse, Fallon's Blossom, Forgeman's Gear, Kudu's... Where's it? Kudu's? I don't know, Phasing Matrix and Zaitan's Claw. One of those was Zerker stats, wasn't it? Yeah, Delana's Coin Purse. A lot of people went after that one, which required Kataka's Manor. But now you can get it from any of them, I guess. But I did it through the reward tracks myself. It's worth finishing just to unlock it, I guess. But if you have a legendary, again... What am I thinking? You know? Guess it's not important anymore. Guess it's not important. Yes. Let's open all these rares.
Sweet, sweet loot.
61 rares out of those champ boxes. How much ecto I get back? 49. Are these exotics worth anything? Oh, yeah, that's not bad. I mean, we can go full 70, 77 on this one. List it. Bye. Go down here. That's the only good one. Entropy being 16 silver. Oh, God. Amount of money I've wasted. Actually, no. On the high end, it's still 39. I'm going to go ahead and throw it up for 36, 36. Both of them. I'll list them. See what happens. Shiverstone. 33. Dulyak? Strength? What to say? I'm gonna go ahead and sell this instantly. Joker's Ring. Alright, let's look at that. I'm glad I held on to the alcohol then. Because... I'm gonna list this one. Because it wasn't really selling well. I don't remember where the prices were. Get rid of it. But some of these had bottomed out, weren't they? I don't know. Food. Can you salvage those for research notes? I don't think so. Didn't they get rid of that? I'm gonna undercut. Boy cakes are pretty good. Well, they were. I don't know if they're still good. I don't care if an error occurs. Go! Get rid of them. I don't remember what those were used for, but I didn't know they can sell for a silver. Can sell the unidentified ones? That is ridiculous. I'm gonna open those. So, achievement points, yes. It didn't look like they were involved in any other, anything else that you might need. Like another collection or something like that. gonna go ahead and break these down.
Sweet, sweet.
Darn it! Can't get ecto out of my exotics anymore. Garbage, and I'm not waiting for those to sell. I'm telling you, we're gonna need a lot of work. I think I'm just gonna grab the first. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are these a compound on acquire? What? Didn't realize that. I should have sold them sooner. Dragon Render. Did I spell render wrong? What are these called? Are they a compound on acquire or not? Hold on. No. The chest is called Dragon Render chest, which is confusing because they're actually... I do not understand. Can I not sell these? I guess we'll just have to pick one. Axe. Accept. Oh, yeah, okay. It doesn't say a compound on acquire, ain't it? Yeah, it doesn't. That's weird. Gotta take the first three. And the only thing I can do with them is break him down. One piece of mithril? One ecto? Last one gave me 2. It just forged him. That should not happen with Black Lion Chest and exotic things. Exotic things should always give you 2 of something. Minimum. Even if it's 2 pieces of mithril, I would be more okay with that than 1 piece of mithril. Are you telling me I'm using the best salvage kit, ain't it? I'm using the best salvage kit, right? It recovers any upgrades 100%, 50% chance to get rare materials magically. But for some reason, I screwed up so bad with it that I'm only getting a piece of mithril back. Also, shouldn't those give me bones? Do not. Where is the use all? Getting scammed here. Scammed. Yeah, Regal die. That doesn't sell too bad. Yeah, let's get that out there. 1088. We also got another good one here. Not as good. 696. That looks good. And then there was actually a... Yeah, I thought I saw it. Look at that. Burnished steel over a silver. You can have it. Silver. I'll salvage the rest. Done. All right, let me put this luck away. And we need to continue to talk about some stuff. So what do I need to get done before the expansion comes out is the question. Story. Oh, come back! That's the new skin! Look at the freaking dye job on this skin! Anybody have the Jade Bot? Doesn't look like it. Dang. Dang. So, moving forward, I have 14 legendaries to complete. The biggest component to those legendaries is this, the chunks of ancient ambergris, aka the ambergris. So we have to get the fishing done. The other thing I have to get done is mapping for those legendaries. 3 of Dragon's Inn, so that has to be done. Okay. So fishing and that. And I'm gonna need one thing from the Discord. You. All right, it's saying I need 5,316 gold in cost. We're going to be using 4,919 gold, my own materials. 16,000, so the price of legendaries have actually come down a bit. But what I did was get another stack of antique summoning stones. You all didn't see that. When I buy antique summoning stones, it's cheaper than what the cost is actually going to be by quite a lot. So before I needed like 2,500 gold worth of antique summoning stones. Now I only need 1,616. So did I spend 900 gold to get there? No, I didn't. The price has come down. Plus, I only spent like 600 gold because I bought them on a cheaper rate. Right now they're 2.5 gold a piece. The chunks of ambergris have actually gone up. They're almost to 2 gold a piece. So fishing right now, very lucrative. So those are at 2,759 gold. Going to be spending a lot of time in Cornet, it looks like. Mystic coin wise, it says I only need 2 stacks now. Because I did some Mystic coin or some Mystic Clover farming. And I'm back over 100. But I'm at 333 Mystic Clovers. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Which means I only need 199 more. Only. What are they saying? Mystic coins give you a 50% rate?
How may I be of service?
That's weird. Oh, but I'll have 600, so no, 30% rate. Okay, I see how they did their math there. We're not going to need a 30% rate. Jade rune stones, which are found up here, 4 stacks of them. And I have some in my inventory somewhere, 16 right here. So we have 1,016. That means I need 384, which is only 294 gold. That will be one of the last things I'll buy if I need it. Same thing with Mystic coins. But the chunks of ambergris I can farm. The antique summoning stones have to be bought. I can get 4 of them a week. So I need 646 left. Thought I had 3 stacks. Oh, 650. No, that doesn't make sense. Why do I need 646 more? That'd be 650. No, that's math. No, I can't math in my head. Because we have 750 plus 50 is 800, not 900. And then plus 600 is 1,400. Okay, so yeah, I need 650. So 2 stacks plus 146 is what I need. But even so, 1,600 gold isn't terrible. Again, that's buying at its worst. So what are the prices of these now? Oh, it is at 250. Never mind. I am looking at the worst. Yeah, I mean, I could do this in 3 weeks if I really tried. But I need to get these done before the expansion. No matter what, we can't wait until the end of the year. I know I said if it takes me to the end of the year, nope, we don't have time for that. There's too much stuff coming for next year. So, fishing, mapping. First things. Then as I gain as much hundreds of gold as I can, I need to focus getting the antique summoning stones. Get those done. And then from there, Mystic coins, then Jade runestones. In that order. The reason Jade runestones are last is because I can keep earning those. I can keep rolling for chances. And I can't for Mystic coins. Eventually, I will run out of Mystic coins. So to get that to speed up, I'll have to buy them. The other thing I can do for Mystic Coins, the reason why I'll hold off on those is because I'll gain those through reward tracks, or every 28 days I can get 7 extra. As I tried fishing the other day in the desert for an hour and only 2 legendary fish, no ascended. I cried a little. I don't know how? Actually, 2 legendary fish in an hour, that's happened to me before, but I hear some nightmare stories from fishing. How can you sit in a spot for 3 hours and fish and not get a legendary fish? What's the difference? What am I doing that's so different from other people? That's what it just frustrates me when I see that, because I'm just like, I sit there for freaking 20 minutes for legendary fish. Other people like, been here for 3 hours. Does this blue tuna exist? And I have to be like, yeah, it does. Why? And then we go through it. Are you using the right bait, right time of day, right whatever? And then it's all right. We check off everything, and it's what? Wrong boat. That's not true, though. This is where those, like, skepticism just takes a turn to paranoia to, conspiracy. ArenaNet's not letting me catch these legendary fish. Jade Runstones, you should park the alts at the 5 guaranteed chest and make 5+ gold. What 5 guaranteed chest are you talking about? Are you talking jumping puzzle chests too? Because I'm not doing those jumping puzzles again. It's just not happening.
Not enough energy.
I'm not doing the teleport to friends anymore. It's just not happening. Yeah, that's a great way to do it. I mean, get some free jade. But I do the 3 in Echovald Wilds every day, and I grab some extra chest along the way, because the other day I found a Harrier's. What's it called? Harrier's. An insignia? Why is everything named? Yeah, this right here. The Jade Insignia of the Harrier is a longer name than I thought it was. This can be found in those extra chests. The Jade chest and the... Actually, I think it's just the Jade chest, but I'm not quite sure. It might be the Yahaha chest. But I found one of these the other day. So they're usually worth hitting, because that's the second time I found it. I don't know. Just give people something to think about. I think the price of the armor, though. Maybe I should have converted it. Oh, that's the other thing. I'm still selling all the crafting. So here's the thing, too. A lot of people are like, you were making hundreds of gold there for a while and barely making progress. Why is 6,000 gold away faster than it was then? The answer is because I no longer need the other materials. So I talked about this. When you're making a legendary, it should snowball. Eventually, you don't need the crafting materials in them anymore. If you get those done, any extras can be sold. And so then you're getting gold that can now be applied to other things. And as you get those things done, it no longer requires that gold. So you can take that gold. What I've done is sort of shove myself in a corner. So I have to get the mapping done, or there's no progress that's going to happen. Right now, I can only make 1 legendary if I get the 100 ambergris. But other than that, I'm sort of stuck until I get the mapping done for those 2 maps, the city and Echovald. But as I get those done, then it sort of opens up more options. So as I get fishing done, the mapping done, I can start grinding for gold for other things, and then it's just going to keep snowballing. So right now, what ends up happening is like 20 hardened leather sections are still dropping in price. So the best excuse for me is to quickly sell them so I can keep making gold, because I don't need them for my legendary, right? So right there, I get to make some extra money off of that because I don't need it. And if I do need it, I'll just stop selling them. You know, I get a bunch of elderwood logs but I don't need them for the legendaries because I already have all the materials done. So therefore I can just go in here and sell them, you know, either like that or put them in as a sell order and get more money out of it. Same thing, I don't need orichalcum, yet I keep running across it in some of my routes, right? So what I can do is just get the extra gold from it. Then I could keep doing that and sell all this stuff out, but I usually don't. I usually hold on to materials just in case. Same thing, I don't need silk, I don't need thick leather sections, I don't need mithril, so I can go out to drizzlewood and convert that stuff for the reward tracks to get mystic clovers eventually. And it actually saves me gold. And when you save gold, you make gold. So it's all snowballing. Since I don't need any of these, so I have 21 bones here, which is ridiculous. What I can do is go here, take a look at the price, cut off a certain percentage to undercut the fools, and I can sell 21 bones for another gold, right? And that's putting me halfway to a piece of ambergris or whatever just with that. And, you know, some of the stuff I should be selling because it is in double digits. Same thing. I don't need ancient bones, and they sell well. So it's best case scenarios, I turn around, do something like this, another 3 gold in my pocket that covers a whole antique summoning stone. And so on. And that's just because I have a little amount of that stuff right now. But the truth is, if I was playing a lot, I would have a lot more of that material, or if I didn't just sit here and sell it, but I'm selling it slowly. So my gold isn't just 30 gold a day or even 50 gold a day. Sometimes when I have enough material, I can make 150 gold in one day on top of the other days being 30 to 50 from whatever I'm doing. So suddenly I go from maybe getting 350 gold all the way to that 600, 700 gold I needed per week to stay on track or more. So as the things have gotten done, it should snowball. That's why when I was looking at this and said, yeah, I can get this done in 180 days, if 180 days of actually playing the game for 4 hours a day, I can get these 14 legendaries done, because it wasn't just the fact that I'm going to need 1,400 of every tier 6 material at the end. It was the fact that whenever I get it done, anything extra, however I was getting those, now I can use it for just liquid gold. And so it should snowball. If I got the mystic clovers done, I could sell the mystic coins right now for good money. I wouldn't do that myself as an experienced veteran, but I could if I really needed the gold and wanted to get it done. Same thing. I have found out now that I could have got a lot of amalgamated draconic lodestones for free. From my alt account and other things. But more importantly, as I was doing Dragonstorm every day, I was earning gold, and those memories were slowly being done, and now I have, I think, too many. I bought too many because they got so cheap because everybody was doing it that it was better to wait on those, and it saved me gold. So overall, I have not even spent as much liquid gold as people think I have. So right now, like, it costs 16,700 gold, right? The amount of liquid gold to actually go in this is not that much. It's not that much. I was getting Tales of Adventure for free every day. Lamplighter's badges, I bought some of those too. I probably should have just waited. The price of some stuff has been going down and staying down. Same thing, the petrified Echovald resin has gone down in price. The pure jade, I'm not farming, and I should. But again, that's stuff I could grind out. It's not gold I had to spend. It was time while earning other money. So any extra pure jade I can just sell right now because I just don't need it. So again, it continues to snowball. But now we're hitting limits. Same thing with the very stuff I need, right? I need these chunks of ancient ambergris. The thing is, I haven't been saving them. Have I done that, it would be hundreds of them less. I mean, we're talking probably a stack or two at this point. I'm not really sure. I haven't been really doing the math, but I could probably have a stack or two of these already here if I wasn't just selling them for change. This is just what I use to sort of make up for not doing dailies every day. I can just sell 1 or 2 of these, and that's good enough for the gold. But a lot of players can't do that kind of thing. But if you did have the 100 or whatever you need for your legendary, then you could start selling them for, you know, the antique summoning stones and stuff. So every 2 or 3 of those, there you go. You know? So Again, and then I eat all my currency. I go convert that stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll get some dumb lodestones or whatever, which I should probably sell this one right now. We'll put that all the way up at 52. Yeah. Oh, my music stopped? Oh no. What will I ever do? If you guys did not hear, I've been hit with copyright things for a while now, so let me pick. Ooh. Let me pick this one.
I'm not
Alright, it's
sure
fine.
about this.
Yeah, there's 4 in Echo Vault. There's 4 in Echo Vault? Four of them in Echo Vault? Where's the 4th one? Chaz? Chaz? Two over
Time is
here.
precious.
The one over here. Wait, where's this elite assassin? What are you people talking about? The elite assassin? That sounds so familiar.
I'm rich, you know.
What are you talking about? Elite assassin.
Pleasant greeting.
Chaz over here trying to get me killed. Oh, it's over there on the east side. You just walk over and just do this thing. Over there and just die. Oh, I didn't do the End of Dragon Vista viewer. Why is there not a Vista inside of here? Go outside and get that done really quick while Chaz is making up stories and lies. Because I'm saying it that way because I should have been getting 4 every day. I'm not going to go do the park by a jumping puzzle. In fact, I'm not going to change maps for Jade Runestones. I'm going to tell you why. They're pretty cheap. Anything under a gold you can achieve many of in a day. Unless you're trying to do like 100 or something a day. I mean, that's insane to me. You would try to do that, but... I'm not asking about the jumping pot. What did I... What did I just say? I said I'm not doing it. I'm not teleporting to a friend. I'm not. No, that's cheating. Every day you should have to do the jumping puzzle. Every damn day. I was mad when they made it account bound, but come on. Cheating. Every day you log in, it should kick you off. Be knocked down by a gust of wind. Logging out in the puzzle. Some people out there are going to take that seriously, too. They're going to be like, oh, so you let people do this, but not that? I don't care how you get your stuff, okay? I don't. I'll be honest.
All mine.
Okay. The assassin is the... The assassin one is the Link? The past? Am I getting set up for a D's nuts joke? Link D's nuts! Damn it. I do it once to Kai Sus. Hey, where's Kai Sus? It's gonna be one of those things where I'm gonna be like, what happened to that guy? A link? What? I feel like we're playing a different game at this point. I feel like I'm playing a different version of the game.
Mine.
Go and play Tears
All
of the
mine.
Kingdom. Everybody's like, well, you stopped playing Guild Wars 2. It's like, I just played Tears of the Kingdom. I was only gone for a month and the world fell apart. You know what? You know what, Chaz? Gave you a chance. Okay? I gave you a chance. Slightly west. They have the wrong thing. The wiki says there's only 3 grand chests. They give the Harrier insignia too? Jade insignia of the Harrier? Why is it named that way? Serpent weapon. Oh, 1 second. 8 rings. But a grand jade tech chest? Nope, that's the jumping puzzle. Wait. You're talking about that one, I am pretty sure. Okay. Let me see if I can go find that one. I know which one that is, and there's a reason I haven't been doing it. Just a normal Oni ambush? Don't worry, everyone, I'm here! Time to die. Like that. Come here, you stupid speaker. God, I hate these. 100,000 experience points? What the hell? Why is the thing still going? All right, I know where it is, Chaz. Chaz, you're not a liar. You're not a liar. I know which one you're talking about. It's not a grand chest. Well, the bar is 256, right? 254. So 254 experience points is on the chest. I should also put on some food just in case we run into that situation again. Alright, so we go here, and I think I need this zip line, right? This one. Then we need to turn around. I don't remember where this zip line goes. Right across? I want to go that way. Wait, does this one go up higher right here? Ah, but it's still the opposite direction I want to go. Let me grab this Yahaha. Is it all the way up there? Or over this way? Here? See a lot of people up here, so it has to be. Yeah, it's this guy. I thought this was a champ up here too. Alright, so that's the fourth one. Yeah. If I stopped going to it too. What is the fastest way up here? If I add it on the route, I'll have to think a bit harder about how I'm going to do it. Yeah, parking and alts. But the thing is, on this character, I have a route. So I'm hitting multiple chests. So I'm hitting, like I'm doing these puzzles to get this chest and hitting J-Tech. I'm just wondering if I could add it, but I think the whole reason I stopped doing it is because it wasn't efficient for the route. Because usually I was getting an extra Jade Runestone somewhere else. That sounds weird when it's a guaranteed one, but I was going from this map into Dragons for the Pure Jade and that kind of stuff. So it was from one thing to the next, trying to get as much gold per hour as I could get. And stopping for it was taking too long. But I remember now. That's why I just either... I'm pretty sure I talked about it, though. I'm pretty sure. Because the Phoenix one is the one I found later and said, I'll get that one. Because the thing is, this route leads me the opposite direction. But maybe not anymore, because I did change the route later. I must have just forgot. Because I started ending here. Then I added a bit more to end closer this direction. Maybe it would be good, but I don't remember my route fully.
The Echo Ball gangs are at war with each other.
I don't know.
Anyone who can help, please meet me at Mori Village.
Because down below here is a bunch of trees that I used to cut. And a few more chests. So if I go down here... Wait. Zip line takes you down here. But anyways, like this sapling... So it's above me here. Yeah, maybe I can put this one back in. I just need to find a faster way up. It wasn't anything like 5 or 10 minutes, but it was definitely, yeah, that's not high enough either. Guy scale, maybe I can do this fast enough. Hold on, is it this one? So this brings you up to the Phoenixes. I'll have to reroute if I want to get more out of my route. I'm not spending a lot of time at night. Yeah, that's not too bad. Let me see that again. So if I have to fight those Phoenix, I have to fight the Phoenix, but it's this one. Look at the map. Yeah, I could definitely add this to the route. If I remember this is here. The hardest part is remembering where everything is. So if I change my route to loop back up this way again. Because I've been grabbing the chest over here. I don't know. The other thing I haven't talked about is the fact I have a 3,600 unusual coins, which is 18 more Jade Runestones. So even if you don't get a Jade Runestone from a chest, you can get the unusual coins. Cash out later. But anyways, I wanted to go somewhere. It was too much trouble to go to that one at the time, but I changed so much that I forgot it existed. Alright, we're gonna go down here really quick for the expansion, just to look at some stuff. Or it all changes. Or it all goes goodbye. Look. What are we buying? I don't have that. Do now.
Thank you.
Frost Gorge clams. Plate of Frost Gorge clams. Well. It isn't the entire ArenaNet dev team. Kidding, there's only 3 of them here. I think. So, this is what's in the little teaser trailer. What am I trying to click on in this guy here? Something behind me? What the hell? Huh? What the hell is this? There was more earlier? Oh yeah, there was a lot of devs out here earlier. Tons of pictures. Some on the Discord.
Sometimes late at night, I hear strange noises echoing in the canyons.
What kind of noises?
Well, I swear there's screams, but not, human.
Oh, you're just trying to scare me. You know the wizard will keep us safe.
Uh-oh. No, the wizard will keep us safe. That is some foreshadowing. What's your strawberries worth? For waypoint costs. Nice. Legendary armor. I think out of all the legendary stuff, the armor has been the most useful. Changing stats quickly. The accessories have been nice too. I'm glad I got those done. Can't believe it took me so long to get those done. I'm actually disappointed that I just didn't spend the time to get that stuff done sooner. That's why next year we're gonna finish it up. I'm gonna let you all know this area, specifically this area, right here. Specifically, this area right here, and I guess this over here too. But this area and this area have moved more times than I think any other area. When they've either moved Lion's Arch or whatever. But this, at one point, it was thought we were going to go into the domain of winds. So looking here, I mean, is that big enough to be a map on its own? I wonder if this is going to be a map right here. What if all of this is going to be a map? I'm just saying. When you go towards like Radisum, I remember when they changed this for Heart of Thorns, people are like, "Oh my god!" All the data miners are like, "The things are changing." I was like, "Okay." And then it ended up they went west when people thought we were going to go down to Tarnished Coast. We still could. I mean, all this stuff looks viable. But then this area over here, so the Grove. I feel like it's way out of focus for some reason. But like this area, it's because I think they did something with Claw Island and then they were doing stuff with Lion's Arch. So this changed and people thought, oh, we're going into Domain of Winds. That never happened. Because Lion's Arch got destroyed. And then I don't remember Caledon. I don't remember the last time this stuff over here changed. But then it ended up being Claw Island got updated or something like that. And then, you know, South Sun data miners weren't ready for that. But, yeah, that's a thing. I don't know. One day this all could be interconnected. I wonder what it would look like. Woodland Cascades. But, yeah. You can go anywhere. I would like to see water at some point. See that system revamped. I think it would be cool to go to this area and down here and check all this out again and I don't know, see something new. It'd be cool to see the Jade Sea fall apart. And someone did point out, that does make me curious, why there isn't more water covering the Jade Sea. You have all your armor now? Just world versus world and not flashy? Let me tell you something. The flashy part isn't the important part, is it? It's just getting that. Because you can upgrade that armor whenever you want. I mean, if you want the flashy stuff, you can still buy it. Right? Or you can get the new legendary armor. That's just it. It now frees you up forever having to buy armor for your level 80 characters, right? So now every piece of exotic and ascended, toss it away. Salvage it or whatever. Yeah, I haven't opened up this, so I can't really check that out. One day. One day! I don't know, where else can we go? I mean, we could go all the way over here. I forget where Guild Wars took us. I feel like this map is letting me go further out than I have been. You didn't even fully explore the whole freaking place of Crystal Desert and all that. Like, I don't know. Alona is just sitting here too. ArenaNet could literally send us north of the Thunderhead Peaks. They could. They could just be like, let's do a map there. Fill that out. I'm all about filling out stuff now. We can go further out on this map. It's not just me, right? This map has gotten bigger at some point. I know they expanded it with Kantha, but it feels like I can go even further than I used to. Maybe it's just because I haven't done it for a while. Be a whole new map above this map. Sending us further north. Going to the Isle of Janthier. Of course, we might also just go to the Mists. So we're not even going to be here, right? Because it's Mist stuff, related stuff. So I don't know. I'm just saying, at this point, I think ArenaNet could send us anywhere. They made a whole freaking map. Look at this ugly thing sitting in the water here. You love map exploring? Me too. But they were just like, you know what? For this episode, new map, middle of the water. Ember Bay, Draconis Mons. I actually like the idea of Draconis Mons. There being a volcano sort of going on, but it has like a funnel of rock around it, sort of like cutting off anything from like really interfering with the wildlife inside of it and things like that. I think that's pretty cool. Although the map traversing it sucks. Terrible. Oh, maybe one day they'll go back and look at some of this stuff. Maybe. But what the hell is this over here? Excuse me, ArenaNet. What is this? ArenaNet? Hello? What is this? You wanna add these things unless you knew what was there, ArenaNet? Why is this red? Why are these sparkly? Sparkly blue. Or a layer above this map in the sky? Stop speaking sense. Both of you. Stop it. I want this thing to become a jigsaw puzzle that they sell in the future. That's what I want. Which guild is there? Midian? What we got here? Fire Sword? Is everybody in my chat in the game right now? For some reason, I feel like we've been here. Have we? remember. Yes. You still have about an hour of work. Ada getting cubed. Oh, you know what I can say now? Let's get some love in chat. Oh my goodness. We could do it 2 ways. Thank you, Ada. I appreciate that. There may be in the future, I haven't decided yet. I just put this one at $5. In the future, there may be a less expensive version. Means less perks, but you want to show support, but you can't afford $5, but you can't afford something like 3 or 2. I haven't decided again. I haven't decided if I'm gonna do that, and then I can add more expensive ones later if I want to. I don't know. I just couldn't decide what I wanted to do, so I just did the simple $5 one. So if you go just to the normal emote stuff, I don't know if you're on mobile phone, I'm not sure, but I know if you just go to the normal emote stuff, my emote should be at the top. At least that's what it shows me. But I appreciate it. Give me my wizard's vault. I also could have done a shorter prefix, but I didn't know how to do it and have it make sense, so I just stuck with the Angry's. Wait, this one's volatile magic? Wait, they're all volatile magic. Gonna level up now. I can't wait for the sky scale stuff. Did it. Got it. Easy. Where was... looking. Could probably relearn the rich node route. So updrafts, ley lines. I'm interested to see the advantage of getting on your mount in combat. That is probably the most interesting one. ArenaNet's gonna let his mount up in combat. The people in chat. That's funny. Get out of combat free card? Gotta be limitations, right? Or maybe you can't get out of combat free. Because what if the creatures can fly after you? Or knock you out of the sky or whatever. How much? I don't know. I don't know. I think going into combat on your mount is just to use their skill, right? But is it limited in Tyria? Is it just gonna be in the Sky Islands, or are they gonna open up to all of Tyria? Because then, yeah, I got a question. I got a question, ArenaNet. If I can just get mount in combat, is there a time limit? See, I hope they answer that. That's a good question. Because in Central Tyria, I think it would be totally worth it. Right? Because if I don't want to fight this crap right here after hitting a node, I can just be like, well, bye. It'll make my farming faster. But is that good for the game? Yeah, it does sound like we're going to be doing aerial combat. Those peppercorns I got. Time to die, Moa. Oh, that didn't kill you. Crap. I don't know. There's got to be something more to it in the sense of, like, until we see it, we don't know. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's why we get that mastery. And then, of course, I'm going to pretend it no longer exists. So I'm going to get salty. I guarantee there's going to be a point where I'm going to get salty when I have the mastery to not be in that position, right? That situation. But since I'm so used to not being able to do that, I am totally going to forget that it exists. You know, like in Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, so I'm stuck in the well? No, you idiot. You can literally swim through the ground. Just swim through the ground. Not do the queen. Right? It's going to be one of those moments where I'm going to be like, this is stupid. What's ArenaNet doing? Blah, blah, blah. ArenaNet, you dumb dumbs. And then I'm going to be like, oh, wait. I can just leave. Any tips on vision? Which one's vision? Yeah, try to keep it 2020. Vision. That's season 3 or season 4? Right? That's where those come from? Vision. If I get this new warrior build, I might go for Orion's Great Sword Legendary. Ooh. Vision is season 4. That means the currency. Actually, what was the thing with Vision? Just type this in. Get Vision. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh. I don't remember doing this at all. So I must have... Yeah, I think I did it when it first came out, so I'm not going to be able to be helpful at all. I did the precursors. I remember Vision not being too bad, though, compared to Aurora. Because I remember being pissed off going back, having to do Season 3 content because of one very specific thing. This one. Yeah, it's pretty much you're just gonna have to play through stuff again. The nice thing about new players is that I don't remember when this stuff unlocks, but they get their synergy with it now. If you're doing the amulet and then any of this stuff, season 3, season 4, doing the achievements, there's a lot of synergy compared to like when you're a veteran and you have to go back and do it a second or third time. The third time, I think. But yeah, I did this stuff as soon as it came out. I got the precursor done. Because I just had these sitting in the inventory, if I remember right. I don't remember this. Sky scale. Oh yeah, the sky scale is going to be involved in that. Yeah. But yeah, you just gotta have to play through the content. I don't think there's any really tips. Like even coalescence is, I think I have stuff for that. It's just doing it at this point. So. Yeah, this is opening chest. This is harvesting winter berries. That's doing the hearts. I can't remember if you have to buy those or not. The gift of a ring collection. The frick is the gift of a ring collection? Oh yeah, and the ones where you have to kill stuff. But it wasn't that bad if I remember right. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of achievement points too. My biggest tip about finishing like anything legendary, any collection at this point is use the wiki. Do not sit there and struggle. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not. People will sit there and suffer for no reason in this game, and I don't know why. If you want to do it without the wiki, okay. But if you get stuck, just wiki it. Because at this point, some of the stuff is so lost and forgotten for even veterans that they're going to be like, oh, I did Vision, it was easy. And it wasn't. Or they changed something and it's terrible. That's the other thing. Something could have been changed, and so now it's not so easy. Or something's easier and we're going to tell them, oh, you got to go do this, and they're not going to know what we're talking about because they don't have to do it that way anymore. Oh, is that one? Yeah, I think that the thing that pissed me off the most was probably having to do with the Chalice of Tears again. And then when they did the amulet where you have to do the Chalice of Tears again. How would I get through it last time? I can't imagine doing Chalice of Tears just one more time. I just can't. If they made me do an achievement where I had to go do Chalice of Tears again, I'm pretty sure it would be more than a salt fest. There would be fire, brimstone. The rivers would run red with molten lava created from the salt of my enemies' hearts. That doesn't make sense, but that's how bad it would be. Well, that was easy. Coming over here to check if I can get some extra iron. I'm talking. Because of a patch? Boss fighters become impossible because of a patch? Darkness one on the last map. The darkness one on the last map? What are you talking about? What do you mean? God. I feel like I'm playing a different game. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember a single thing that you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about Dragonfall. Something over here? The Darkness boss? Is it just called the Darkness boss? Skip as much as possible with reward tracks? Correct. Reward tracks are the best. Wait, the Darkness ones are over here. You must be talking about... PvP in World versus World? Yes. Hello. I am. There was an expansion announced for Guild Wars 2. I made a new machine in Tears of the Kingdom. I just got reminded of this. And I call it the Death Spiral, and I took a will and I put ice and beam emitters on, and it works great until it doesn't. Oh, because Aurora's Season 3! I'm sorry, I'm dumb. The Darkness boss is still a mystery to me now. Darkness boss? Is it a story thing? Hold on. Hold on. No, I can help you. I can help you. Okay? All I gotta do is not be stupid. Let's see how hard that is. Aurora. Fighter. Is it the Wraith you're talking about? Are you talking about the Wraith? Champion Risen Wraith and Siren's Landing? I don't even know. Oh. What the hell is this? I don't even have any notes. God, I don't miss these collections. Hold on. So, Heavy Mersat Brogans. Heavy Mersat. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's see what's broken. So it's the achievement to get this, right? Huh? Without echo of fear? Manifestation of self-doubt. What the hell is that? Is this not Siren's Landing? I don't even know what you're talking about, and I'm staring at fucking achievements. The manifestation. Where the fuck is this? ArenaNet. See, the old content just pisses me off. Just absolute PTSD. Anytime I go back to old content, it's immediate salt. It's just fucking bullshit what we had to go through. And the fact that ArenaNet made us jump through so many goddamn hoops for something. I mean, yeah, it's a legendary thing, but this is exactly my point. When I want to go back and help a player, I fucking can't because it was one and done, first of all. And then the second part is, it was so fucking irritating that when I go back to try to help somebody, I get fucking so salty they don't want my help anymore because it just reminds me just how bullshit the fucking game was. Streamline it! Just give them achievement points. I don't give a fuck anymore. I do not want to help people with this shit anymore. I really don't. You should not have to do achievements to make legendary stuff. You should get achievements for making legendary stuff. That is where I'm at. If they're, like, it's different for the amulets, that's the way you should do it. But some of the stuff to unlock an item skin for another collection, like it's built like that, there's something you have to go back and back for, because that's what's happening right now. We're working backwards. That's stupid. That needs to go away. I would rather you just be able to purchase it with karma. At this point. Fuck wherever it comes from, wherever this fucking shit comes from. I still don't know what this is. I am literally looking at this shit and I don't know what this is. I can't tell you. Again, there's got to be something out there to help you. I am not your help for any of this old content. Fuck it. It's all shit. Look, I don't even have Heart of Thorns done. At this point, I was so burnt out when Season 3 got here, I'm actually surprised I ever went back and finished any of this. Because if you get in Path to Fire, you can see exactly when I was just like, you know what, fuck it. It's just not worth finishing this stuff. It's just so much work. It's just, this is the thorns that exist. Like, I literally finished Bound by Blood because I loved it, and then went back and threw in achievements. Dude, they don't know how hard it is to get this and have it on rotation and have to spend 2-3 hours trying to figure out how to get a Devourer and Parasite Devourer, and the fact that people kill it so fucking fast that getting this achievement done is just now a blatant fucking scuff on all my shit. Like, this is the shit that I don't want ever to come back. Like, I don't want to sit here and have to do, like, anything that requires so much goddamn effort. An achievement just like, did you do it or not? Like, that's where I'm at. There's so much fucking achievement points for no reason. Like, look at all this shit. I still don't have it done because it's such a grind. They literally want to burn out their veterans. And I hope the new way they're doing things, I don't even look at the achievements anymore. I was the biggest achievement hunter, and it almost killed my fun for this game until I just sort of just gave up. And I was still leaps and bounds ahead of everyone just because I spent so much time that I'm telling you, it just doesn't fucking matter. You should go after achievements, but there's so many bullshit things still in this game from achievements from the past. This is such old school thinking still that it just irritates the fuck out of me that that's how these rewards are built. Like the legendary weapons, Gen 3 from End of Dragons, is how legendary weapons should have been. From the get-go. Gen 2 legendary weapons, by far, are the least motivating legendaries in the game. And every time I'm like, yeah, I like that skin, then I start looking at making a Gen 2 weapon, would rather chop off my fucking dick at this point. That's how pissy I get of old content. Just why are we doing all that? Make me play content, not do math. Because at this point, like, and what makes me very worried is that the obsidian armor, when we go after that, the legendary crafting components or whatever, it's got to be some complex fucking bullshit thing that's just like, just let me buy it with karma. Let me just get 500 gold and buy the fucking component. Because I hate the crafting system in every MMO. There is not a good crafting system anywhere. I don't give a fuck what people say, but this isn't a survival craft game. I'm not placing certain pieces together, and if it was just doing something like that, where did you make this one, this piece, and this piece? Let's throw them in the forge, right? And a lot of times it does just come down to making 4 pieces of something. But to make one piece, I have to go do this over here, go collect enough of this over here, craft these things to make this thing in the forge, to make these things in the forge over here. Now we go back over here to put this with this, and now craft this thing to get to that for one fucking component. And I hate it. Nobody should have to think that fucking hard playing a fucking video game. And if you think that's fun, let me tell you something as someone who's smart, you're wasting your fucking time. You could be playing anything else than doing the fucking crafting system in any MMO. Quit wasting your time. Quit thinking that's fun. Because what happened is someone told you it was fun, made you do it, was the only fun you had, and it still exists in your repertoire of memories that are just sitting there as some intellect when you should have realized, why am I doing so much work for a fucking video game? And you wonder why I'm yelling about Tears of the Kingdom when I'm playing through it? Because they're making us do so much extra shit that doesn't belong in a fucking video game. Nothing is more frustrating than have to work backwards to figure something out for someone that should be as simple as, hey, how hard was this? I don't know. You're talking 4 years of my life I had to give up to get to that point. To care. That's how much work went into Guild Wars 2. I hope new players respect the jaded veterans for being as pissy as we are, because we had to put in fucking work. You didn't have guides. You didn't have all this streamlined shit and this quality of life. You just didn't. And looking back, every time I look at these old achievements, ugh! Then to just see some of those same ideas seep back into it just to make busy work. Respect our fucking time. Just like when I was talking about the sky scale getting streamlined and people are going to be pissy about it, fuck them. Fuck them in the way they think. It's bullshit when that sky scale takes work. It's a goddamn video game. Hell yeah, let's streamline it. I don't want no time gate, nothing for it. I want people getting that thing in minutes, in all honesty. I want to just hand it to them because they bought the expansion. And a lot of vets aren't going to like the sound of that, but in all honesty, I don't want the new player to go through the same bullshit. I don't want a veteran to come back to the game and look at it and go, oh yeah, that's why I quit. I don't want them to feel that way. I want them to come back and be like, oh, I can do this faster now? Yes! Yes, you can! Let's go! I'm telling you, the amount of selfishness from people in this world who have done the work. I get it. You did the work. I respect it. But everything should be getting easier. Because if I have to do it again, I expect when I go there to do it again that it's easier. That somehow I paved a path. That my hard work, somebody noticed, man, that is a lot of work, and went back and said, no more. I have no idea. I feel like I'm manifesting self-doubt right now. What the fuck is this thing? It's a boss. I remember fighting something like this. But I'm gonna tell you straight up, if I can't remember it, I looked it up. I cheated. I found a guide something to finish that achievement. Not worth me sitting here even yelling about, but man, does it remind me just how bullshit Season 3 and Season 4 is. Everybody says Season 4 is the best season. Story-wise, yeah, it was fantastic, but let me tell you, everything else about it, I fucking hate. It's one of the worst things in this game. Season 4, the only things that were good that came out of it was the story, Aurene, just in general, the Beetle, the Sky Scale, nothing else. Everything else was a waste of her time. I mean, War Eternal, I finished. The entire goddamn thing. Everybody was complaining about the collections. I just took my time. I think that I came back to War Eternal after a 30-day break from the game. And it was so refreshing. Because the content was actually good and I didn't have to worry about this shit again. Look, I didn't finish this other shit. What is all of this? Disgusting. War Eternal was great. I love it. One Path Ends, I don't remember any of that, and I don't even know why. Why do you need to beat that boss? Called Fearless. Defeat the manifestation of self-doubt in the Shining Blade headquarters without using minor breakthrough to help you. Oh, I know what that is now. I'm almost sure that I cheated it. There was some kind of exploit. There was some, I'm pretty sure I did this on a different character than my main. Yeah, it's a bullshit thing. I hate achievements like that. Hey, here's mechanics I'm giving you. Now don't use the mechanics. Shouldn't be an achievement for a meta achievement, ever. Number of wins, get like 10 wins from something. So number of wins. Not number of matches, number of wins. Actually winning the match. And don't get hit by something that is nearly impossible to dodge. Don't get hit a number of times, and don't do the mechanics that obviously are the point of the whole thing, are dumb achievements. They appear so often in Guild Wars 2 that I wish the person who thought of them just didn't have their job there. Because those aren't achievements. That's work. Why give us mechanics if we're just going to work against them eventually? If you want to challenge yourself and beat it without doing that, fine. Make it a secret achievement where it's 0. So the person can be like, see, I have the achievement. I'm okay with that. But to make people jump through hoops, I hate that shit. So you're saying the CC changes don't let you do it? Yeah. Give me a second. Maybe there is an answer on a website I have access to. I can look it up through the achievements still. It should be archived, right? Do you know when the CC changes went through? I did do it on my Necro. Because you can beat him with Condi. I don't understand. Okay. This is way too old. The last thing that was updated was in 2021. No, no answers there. This doesn't show me anything. What a stupid waste of my time. Don't do it, Zorg. Don't do it. Just walk away. Walk away. I was watching something, I thought, oh. Okay. Good try. Yeah. 2017. What changed in 2021 for a bunch of people to make content on that? Did we have to go back and do it again? Says don't attack. The legendary amulet, maybe? Yeah. I know this is taking up a lot of time for me going around checking certain things, but this just shows. This is why I'm excited about the new content. I mean, I don't think I've done. So there's an interlude. I haven't done that. I haven't finished that. Like, I haven't finished a lot of this stuff, but that's because I don't go after the achievements anymore. Don't need to. I mean, which one was that? I really hope achievements are better in the future. I did finish No Quarter. I did like that one. But yeah. Isn't there side stories somewhere? I don't think I finished all these. The Return to stuff I did. So, that was 2021. Yeah, you just have to use conditions and break the bar smartly. Yeah, that's it. There's no way around it. So my guess is I did go back and finish it then. I must have had to go back and get it. Binary, thanks for being here. Thank you so much for getting cubed. See you later. Yeah, I just read through. Yeah, it just sucks. You sort of have to be patient, but not all the same. Yeah, you're right. It's probably the first thing people should try to do. What needs to happen is that if there's forums, right, something on the forums, people need to make a bigger fuss about it so they can look at it. Because again, if ANET's going back and looking at certain things, they might be able to ease the tension on that. Do you need to finish that one? Specifically? 36. Oh, God. This 36. Says you only need 42. 36 of the 42? Or is it? Not all of them count towards this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36. 7, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Hold on. Why do you need this one? I'm confused. Okay. Let's do this. This achievement sucks, right? Fearless sucks. Forget the 2 achievement points. Forget the achievement at all. Do we not have to do this achievement? That should be the next question. Since we know it sucks and it's terrible, is there a reason why we're doing it? Is it required for anything else? Because if you only need 36... Dodge. What else? Because there's 6 extra achievements on the list. I'm not sure exactly what's missing. Hold the line. Oh, yeah. So hold the line. Precision blade. I think hold the line I was able to do on my own. Or no, precision blade I did on my own. Hold the line you can cheese if you have mesmers. We cheese this one. I don't remember who was there. I feel like it was Nolkron, Midian, Didi maybe? I don't know. I remember taking in a group seeing if you could just stealth it, and you can. Wait, you have everything else? But why is the meta not done? Complete all 36. Wait, why is there... Hold on. Then which ones don't count? Have no friends? There was also Flashpoint I had to get stuff in too, and I had to go get help. Which one was that? Hold on, now my brain is thinking. Because we had to do the Return 2 achievements. Did this one need... those side stories? But why did I finish the other stuff? What the hell was I doing? What the hell was I thinking? What is going on here? I need it for that? Or did I just want to figure it out? Do you need all 36 achievements in this one? In the sense of other ones of them don't count? I don't know. But that should be the thinking process of everyone when finishing meta achievements is which ones do I need? Which ones suck? How can I mitigate any of the ones that suck? Is there an exploit, a way to cheese the thing? Because, yeah, there's a lot of achievements that suck. That's why I got so salty. Going back and looking at this stuff, I don't like it. It's so much work for not being able to go and play new content. I don't even know what the hell this is. Oh. Beat 10 Jade Brotherhood sniper mechs using the provided rifles. I don't know what that is. I need to figure this stuff out. The hell is all of this? Missing achievement points here. Alright. Well, Ada, I tried. But if you have to do Fearless, it doesn't look like it's going to be changed. Because you can still do it, it just really, really sucks. I'm just still curious about how the CC made it worse. You just can't attack it. You literally have to just bombard it with a bunch of conditions, break the bar, and let the extra damage just do its work from the conditions. And then do it again with that. All the least amount of stuff. But this is excellent. Going back and looking at Season 3, Season 4. If the Obsidian Armor is achieved directly through the expansion, I really do hope that is much like the new legendaries. Even though there's crafting, and I hate the fucking crafting. Okay? I hate it. I just want to say that it is better than what we had in a lot of ways. Because you're going to be earning that stuff as you play, and that's the way video games should be. You should not have to go spend extra 10, 20, 30 hours doing something that you don't want to do. Because it's not fun. Fishing, you know, a lot of people don't like the fishing in this game. I find it really enjoyable. But the good news is, you can go do other content and buy the stuff you need for the legendary. ArenaNet fixed a lot of that by just letting you buy the things that you need off the trading post, which is great. If Obsidian Armor's the same way, I don't know if people are going to complain about it. But I'm okay with that, because what if I enjoy different content and I'm able to get a lot of that stuff, but not other stuff?
Everything in moderation.
Wait, who's the person who buys the stuff? And they no longer exist? You?
Knowledge is the greatest treasure.
Do I need the stories?
Excuse you.
I swear someone buys something over here, but I guess not anymore. It was just when it came out? I don't know. Just did you go make your brother do it? Good. Happy birthday to you. Alright. Well, the main reason we came here was just to check out the Wizard's Tower. That is done. What is with all of these MOAs? Good night. I didn't get much for it though, did I? All right, let's go back to Harvestone. Shit. Did I miss the fishing? Fish anyways. And Lysethia, hello. I did miss it. Damn it. I want to get this daily done anyways. Dailies for Dragon's End were actually really easy. Okay, tomorrow when we play... Yeah, tomorrow when we play this, it'll be back to the grind. And then Thursday I won't be here, but Friday we'll be back to the grind again. That is not what we do here, Zorric. That is not how we play this game. There were so many MOAs because I guess it's just a lower level zone. I don't know. Get this achievement out of the way. Daily. Man, the daily stuff being changed? That sounds great. That sounds great. But yeah. Jaded veteran, salt pouring out of every pore. Season 3 was pretty salty for me even back then. Even more so, I think. Season 3 really pissed me off. I remember being really pissy at Ember Bay specifically when I had to collect the Mersat coins, tokens, whatever they were. Chalice of Tears. Trying to think what else was there. But I almost quit the game until Ruby was like, hold on. Because I was just tired of playing it. What? The luck there is ridiculous. Sold. Some people are like, don't you need that? Yes. Yes, I do. Got a bunch of crap here. What the hell? Where did this come from? But then Path of Fire came out, and I was hooked back in. But Season 4 was Season 4, I think, brought one of the worst things to Guild Wars 2. And it was literally just spam attacks. I still hate it to this day. Where when an enemy attacks, there's just circles everywhere, and then they throw circles on top of those circles. And it's just visual noise. And then when I tell people it's really hard to see certain attacks, they pretend like I'm just too dumb for it, but it's like, it's a lot of noise. And I can beat it. I can brute force through practically anything in this game, but like, it doesn't mean it's any less annoying. You know, just because you can beat something doesn't mean it was fun to beat it. That makes sense? And I think that's one of the major things when I go back and to those achievements and stuff and try to remember, like, how did I do this? I think what ends up happening is my brain goes, well, you brute forced it, or it just wasn't fun. You died, you got back up and beat it. And it's not, and again, this is coming from somebody who can beat raids and do challenge modes, and usually I can hold my own, and I'm not afraid to fight 2 or 3 people in World versus World or PvP or whatever. It's just like, but my point is, it just sucks. It's just that content sucked for me, and a lot of that stuff has stuck around, and it's just thorns. And when you go back and you're remembering it and stuff, it's just this pure frustration. But new players, what's funny is when they're jumping into the game now, you're gonna experience it right away because a lot of the content now has it. So you're getting desensitized, while I remember the golden days of not having to deal with that shit. right? So it's the opposite. It's not that I had to put in more work. It's that once I got used to not having put in work, and then ArenaNet made me do more work on top of what I already did. So I'm running a good build. I'm running at a higher rate than most players. You know, I'm in the top 5%. I'm able to hold my own. And then I get in a battle in story mode, right? I'm doing a battle and I'm dying left and right because my build isn't specific for what ArenaNet was asking for. And a lot of people quit the game then. I want people to know that. A lot of people quit the game when ArenaNet took a new combat philosophy. You won't hear that from the elites and stuff because they didn't see it. It sucks to hear guildies ask for more help because they literally can't get through the first part of a story because the boss is just that fucking hard. And it wasn't that ArenaNet was adding in some magical new mechanic. No, the mechanics were great. It was all the other shit that was happening. The constant damage, just constantly getting a certain condition, not knowing now you're gonna have to clear condition after condition. If you didn't have the ability in some of these story missions, you weren't going to be able to get. If you didn't have a condi clear every 30 seconds, you were dead. Some of these story things are that. Now there's so much stuff built into that, it's nearly impossible not to be able to clear a condition every 30 seconds unless you're specifically running against the grain. But back then, it just sucked for me to have to go to the drawing board, not for myself, but for others and explain, yeah, this sucks. But I didn't have the articulation or anything at the time to explain to better players, like, it doesn't suck for you, it sucks for the casual base. Which means it's gonna suck for all of us here soon. And for me, the amount of work I just have to keep putting in and putting in and putting in, and just not feeling like I was getting enough back out of the game, but I kept trudging forward because of, guildies or friends, or the idea was gonna get better, and it just never did. It just never did. It just felt like it was a job at a certain point. And that's when I was streaming, I was like, I gotta go do something else. And that's when I started playing more Stardew Valley. That's when I started doing other things on stream. But I was so burnt out on gaming because of all the Guild Wars 2 stuff at the time. And I didn't want to admit it to myself. But in 2019, I went to the drawing board and I said, why the fuck am I so pissed off at this game? That's what I did. And in 2019, things really changed for me. Because I took a break. I finally took a break from the game. I said, don't play it every day. I pseudo took a break still. I still logged in for the dailies. And that's not really much of anything. And even then, I think some days I just didn't log in. And it felt great. And then I realized the entire freaking absolute community on Twitch is toxic as fuck. They don't give a fuck about the casuals. They don't give a fuck. They keep comparing apples to oranges and saying, no, you need to be an apple orange. And I just couldn't take it. It was so easy to bait any of them into a toxic relationship. It was unbelievable. I was scamming them, and it was so easy. And I pointed out, I literally said, you can't do this. You have racist stuff, bigoted stuff happening in your chat, happening live on your stream, right? And this is how you want the Guild Wars 2 community to be seen? And they all just went, sure. And that is one of the main reasons I stopped doing so much Guild Wars 2, in all honesty. And so I was just like, okay, I'm done with this. I'm done with that community. I'm done. So for the next couple years, I just sort of just let the bridges burn, because they're like, you're gonna burn all your bridges for this? Fuck yeah, think I'm a troll. Think I'm the most toxic person on Twitch. Go ahead. Because I don't want that. I don't want you having a great relationship with ArenaNet and turning around and shitting on the community, or letting your community shit on everyone else and pretending, and then going around pretending like I'm the bad guy when I'm telling you this person from your community is treating people like shit. And then just going, well, that's just the way it is. It's just a meme. No, it's not. That's why all these new players coming in has just breathed life into me, because they're younger, they're newer, they don't want to listen to us because they already have all the guides. They have the answers. So now you're seeing these new guilds pop up, teaching people how they should play. They're not skipping mechanics. Hell, they're not even skipping mobs anymore. And it's just so refreshing. Like 2012 all over again, when we're learning It's not about being the best, it's about having fun. ArenaNet has had this power creep, and we have all these nice things, these skills, these weapons, these things we can do without actually having a high impact on our fingers and having to be the best all the time and worrying about conditions that just rain from the sky. Because now a lot of the builds that we have, they just naturally take care of that stuff. Because ArenaNet took the base and they pulled it up, right? They're like, okay, what are players struggling with? And they went back to the drawing board and they said, let's raise the crit rate up 5% with Fury, and it's made a huge difference. And just these little changes alone going forward, there's other things I can't think of right now, but that one specifically has made a change in DPS. Going forward, you see these veterans being like, now the game's so easy for this, blah, 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 blah. Good. Good. Yes. Because the game was never meant about just hitting the ceiling all the time. Some days you just want to walk in and let the sun come right through the ceiling. We're not here to shatter the glass. We're just here for the warmth of the sun. Why do we have to break the ceiling to say we're having the best time? And then the realization just over time of raiders and things like that for me, and how much this raid mentality, if you didn't PvP or raid or world versus world and be competitive even in the PvE land, Europe, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because that's where most of that, even on my Discord, I had someone, a European, guaranteed, they didn't speak English, they admitted it to me on the DM on the way out the fucking door. They had to shout their departure. Argue with me in my Discord as though I'm some second-rate content creator who didn't go out of my way to do the fucking research. That it didn't come to me when as soon as it was announced. Like, did you hear NCSoft and Amazon is doing this? Yes. Well, ANET's the one making it. How do you know that? You don't. You literally said to me in my Discord, believe rumor over guaranteed official announcement. And that's what I had to deal with on Twitch. I'm not going to deal with that here anymore. Not here on YouTube. Here, this is my space. This is my castle. My tower will be built on fun. And looking at the content moving forward, this expansion, I have to come in with a more positive outlook that ArenaNet is going to take care of the players. That they're not going to make us do so much extra work that we feel like we have to log in every day and play 4-6 hours to keep up. That isn't some weird rat race going on. And they've really proven that to me in the last 2 years and looking at what they gave us today. And I just saying this stuff because that's where the salt comes from. From a time where I just felt like I wanted to come into the game, share my experiences, teach people the simplicity of the game, and I couldn't. I couldn't have my space. Because on Twitch, everybody has to be in your business trying to start shit. It's high school. It's junior high, actually. Get the fuck away from me. I care what other content creators do. But I could care less about their communities at this point. As long as their communities are having a positive thing and not trying to demonize the game. I can't tell you how many times I've gone into another content creator's chat on Twitch to see stupid stuff being said and watching that content creator just feel depressed. And I'm like, look what's around you. That's it. And coming in here today, man, excitement. But then I go back and look at that old content and I can feel is just PTSD of it. Just, it's so irritating that I know even today, after all this great stuff, they're like Reddit, I don't even want to go to it. The forums, no thank you. It's not going to be about what ArenaNet is moving towards. It's going to be what ArenaNet has done and something that's no longer important. There's guaranteed there's going to be some veteran player on Reddit that says, see, the game's still trash. It's still a dead game. And it's just like, fuck you. Go away. Give up. What are you hung up on here? If you don't like ArenaNet, you don't like Guild Wars 2, you just want to be a toxic troll, no. Just no. Grow up. The fucking video game, first of all. And second of all, you're just a terrible person. Why are you that way is what I want to ask. I just want to shake you and be like, stop. Get away from the keyboard. You don't need to go touch grass because I don't want you to go outside and talk to anyone. I just don't want you on the internet either. Because holy shit, what's wrong with you? And I'm done with it. It's been so refreshing here on YouTube. I'm almost a year in. I can't tell you. I just feel so much better being here, and getting into the partner program, and just being able to get some of the stuff back that I'm willing to give up, and just seeing that my work wasn't for nothing, because that would have been the worst. You know, because I was getting thoughts. Maybe I should go back to Twitch if I want to start earning some spending cash and things like that again. I was thinking of it, but now, why? I get 70% here. Twitch only gives me 50. The community over there hates me. I don't get the same flack over here. I don't get the same bombardment. I don't need recognition from them. I don't need my peers to tell me what I am, because that's what they did. King of the casuals? You don't fucking know. I put in a lot of work into Guild Wars 2. And I want it to finally pay off. That's it. That's it. But I want it on my terms moving forward. So I need to dive back into what new players are doing and get the full experience, right? I need to dive back in and just look at content and enjoy it for the content. That's it. I need to get my guildies trained up. I need to get all of you trained up. I need to go into my chest of nasty little tricks and just start showing them. Because hopefully, some casual can come along and be like, man, making a legendary is hard. And I'm going to say, nay. Did you see me make 14 legendary weapons doing almost nothing? And as long as ArenaNet keeps up that kind of stuff, where we can just casually show people, yes, it's gonna take you 100 days to get everything you need, but at least you're still gonna enjoy the game. But I'm gonna tell you, it's not gonna take you 100 days again. It's gonna take you less, maybe 90, maybe 80, soon 60. Soon, just like me, in 30 days or less, you can make a legendary. It's just gonna take time. As you build things up in this game, it's better. But don't go to a YouTube video and watch some 10-year veteran tell you that you're a piece of shit because you can't make it. That you can't hit those numbers. Nothing was worse than raids because they kept saying people, here's the top. And here's the thing, those numbers are a lie. That was them getting lucky long enough to say this is a possibility, not this is what people should be doing. And that was probably the worst thing for this community, is to take that WoW mentality, that old school competitive mentality, bring it to Guild Wars 2 and shit on everyone who couldn't hit the 100 or more %. Because that's not what ArenaNet ever wanted. And ArenaNet had to compete with that. The devs understood. Don't get me wrong. The devs at the company knew the community inside out. But there was a reason why they went silent. There's a reason why those devs would even argue with the community. Something negative was going on. And it's not gone. Not all of it's gone. But I do feel ArenaNet, the company, has gone a more enjoyable place, route, path. And I wonder how much of that's going to bleed into the community to ease the toxicity that we've seen for so long. Because I'm not seeing it as much. And I hope it continues. So I don't have to sit here and just, when the thorns happen, I'm going to be like, yeah, but I got the Wizard's Vault. Yeah, but it's for obsidian armor. Because me as a veteran, and all the shit I've had to go through to get to this point, should not be the most important thing. It should just be something that happens, right? I get salty, we move on. Because really, that's how it's always been, except there's just a point where you become part of the problem. And I recognized that at one point.
I'm rich.
I recognized, nope, I can't do it anymore. Now it's been years and people still think, they still think that somehow I'm still doing the same shit or whatever, and I just don't care. I cannot care about those people anymore. When you don't want to log into Twitch to do Guild Wars 2 because you just don't want to deal with somebody clipping something or trying to say that you're wrong or whatever, and they really don't know what they're talking about, or some of the worst stuff I got on Twitch was the fact that they're pretty much saying, well, you're not a Mighty Teapot clone or a Muckluck clone, or why don't you do this stuff? You should be doing that if you want to be successful. Even people who thought they were being nice saying that stuff to me. What is wrong with you? You don't need 2 Mighty Teapots. He's a great content creator. Why would you want somebody else grabbing that success? Enough people were leeching from him at the time anyways. And look at the things he did. I mean, could I have helped him with things? Sure. But I wanted to do other stuff. I never wanted to be just a Guild Wars 2 content creator. I love Guild Wars 2, but Jesus Christ. Like, having to be with your kid 24/7, there's eventually a point where you're like, those stairs, they won't die, but they'll be quiet. Like, you should not get to that point, is what I'm saying. Where you start thinking crazy crap like that. That's my point. Now, at one point, I was like, just dismantle everything. Get rid of the guild, just disappear. But that's when I went to Guildies. I was like, hey, I'm not doing this. Guild missions, let me tell you. My Guildies still do guild missions. Bless their hearts. All right? I got to the point where it was just... like 8 years of it. But I can't. Can't do it.
My time is precious.
And it felt like other people didn't want to do it. But they just show up because it's there. And I don't want people showing up because it's just there. I want people showing up because they want to be there. Not showing up just to be at the thing, but because they want to be at the thing. That it's something they enjoy doing. That they're not gambling that it might be an enjoyable experience. That they're going to help make it an enjoyable experience. That's where I'm at. Space needs more people who do different things. It requires different content. So hopefully we're moving towards that. Alliances are really going to change world versus world content, guaranteed. You can actually, you know, as much as I don't like the drama stuff, it's going to create drama between alliances and stuff. Someone could literally make content around world versus world and what's going on between NA and EU and the guilds and the alliances and all that kind of stuff. And it would be fun. It would be fun. But man, just to speak of that though, just to speak that alliances are gonna be here soon. Like 3 years, I'm telling you, 3 years ago, I would have laughed at your face. I would have been like, nah, maybe one day. But that day is coming now. It's so hard when you're a jaded veteran just to accept that it's happening. You're in such defiance that ArenaNet wants to take care of you that I still see it, but it's just like, it's gotta set in. It's going to set in. What do they have to give you? What has to change in the game for you to finally go, oh, this is really good stuff? And for me, I mean, Into Dragons did a lot, but it was after the fact. You know, it sort of just felt like the quality of life stuff and that kind of thing, like the Mystic Forge changes and stuff. I kept seeing it. I kept going, oh, finally, that's cool. Oh, finally, they're doing this. But it's slowly over time, I started to realize, well, how much of this stuff are you giving us? Alliances, they're like, okay, we're going to start doing alliances. And then there were bugs and things. And my first thought is, yeah, they're not going to figure this out. They're going to give up on it. That was my first thoughts. And then the next beta came. And then they had a beta and it didn't work. And then they're like, okay, we're going to try something else. And then I was like, okay. And it was a long time for the next beta. But that's how hard it was to get things to work. But they still did it. ArenaNet is now putting in the work for things that they either promised or thought about or whatever or players want. And if they're going to put in that work, then I need to get in the place where I want to put in the work too. Right? As a player, I do not want these devs to fail. Because if they're going to go back and change the little things and then change some of the bigger stuff and give us big things while still continuing to give us little things and being like, here's a 4th expansion, surprise. It's 2 months away. Less than that, right? But this time, unlike Path of Fire, it's not like, oh man, okay, let's see what happens. Right? This time it's like, oh man, I gotta get ready for this. It's such a different experience now. And it's so funny, in 1 4-hour period, I go from all these great things to Salt to back to being like, okay, here's the experience. And I don't know if other players are experiencing that have been playing as long as I have. Or even shorter. I mean, once you hit 3 or 4 years, you start to get that jaded feeling. But maybe that's not happening now. Maybe a lot of the players that came in 3, 4, 5 years ago aren't feeling like I felt by the time Path of Fire came out. There hasn't been really a huge content drought. ArenaNet says they're doing something, and then ArenaNet actually does it. Like, maybe my experience in 10 years isn't as miserable. Because the funny thing is, it was still a good experience. It just wasn't a great experience, right? But now players so far back have had a great experience. And even newer players are going to have even better than that. I don't want to miss out on that fun. I want to see what new players do. I want to see what the community does to elevate itself. With or without the content creators, with or without the partners, with or without the devs at this point. But I don't think that's possible, because I really do think the devs are trying to foster the game into a better position. DirectX 11, man, like, that was unheard of too. Them changing to hopefully change so our CPUs can run the game better.
What is it?
Not for them, it's for us. They can just keep running the same engine the same way. But in a way, maybe it's not. Maybe they're like, we have too many limits here, and I'm tired of being limited because I want players to experience what I actually want them to experience. And if that's the case, hello. Yeah, I preach a lot. But anyways, tomorrow we're back to 14 Legendary grind. New expansion, August 22nd. If you didn't see it, Legendary armor, Skyscale masteries that are new. Combat, we're getting weapons opened up. We're getting all sorts of stuff if you missed it. Go to the Discord, look at it. My support link is below. Binary, Nolkron, Ada, thank you for joining. Becoming. Oh, it says welcome to get cubed.
I'm rich, you know.
That's weird. That's a weird message, but whatever. Thanks for getting cubed. Because then I can say it that way. Oh, hey, what's up? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be playing more Final Fantasy 16? You go waste your time here? Kidding. Always good to hear from you. Always. 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 Well, depends what you gotta say. Midian, Nolkron. I feel like DD was here for some reason.
Time to do some real damage.
Thank you. Be my mods today. Ada, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, but hopefully that changes. Oh, you're taking a break? How far in the game are you? If you came in to visit today, I appreciate you. The beginning of this VOD is the most important part. If you didn't hear, I am in the YouTube partner program now. So there's other ways to support me through that. I'm trying to think. Use my link in the thing below. That kind of stuff for the expansion pre-purchase. Do not forget there is a beta this weekend. What is this? This just, how do I get on a list with those? Huh? I'm not deserving of that list. I'm really not. Not at all. Not one bit.
I'm rich, you know.
I don't know how I got on that list. But, shoutouts. Like 10 hours, the story is damn good. Alright, we're gonna go on a tangent because you said that. Alright? I know I'm preaching again. We're gonna go on a tangent. I have heard so many conflicting things about Final Fantasy XVI's story, characters, mechanics, playthroughs, look, just overall feel, the achievements or whatever. There are just so many just conflicting. There are people who absolutely hate it, and then there are people who absolutely love it. So you're telling me that the story is damn good, when just yesterday I read somebody going, there's nothing to the story. There's nothing here. There's like no story here. And they played through the game. They were like, the characters aren't memorable. The story is sort of just there, right? Then other people are like, have you seen Sid? Where is the thirst? And I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about. And they link me a picture and I'm like, this, okay. Yeah, it's a good looking NPC, I guess. And they're like, you don't understand. No, I don't. But the characters aren't memorable. The internet. I mean, I'm not going to call out people. You can have your opinion. But then people I trust, like you, come in, and then you go, great game.
I'm not sure about this.
Loving the story. Characters are awesome. Combat's amazing. And I'm just like, how? How do the people that I know actually play the game experience something so different? And the only thing I can think of, right? Same thing with Guild Wars 2. All right, so this ties in. They're not playing the game. They are not playing the game. They are not actually doing it. There is just no way. They're either using the accessibility options, which I saw people being mad about, like, oh, you just have to press one button. Yes, because some people can only press one button, and they thought ahead and said, hey, what if people aren't really good at this game? I want to make sure they play the story, so we're going to give them accessibility options. And some absolutely dumb person out there doesn't need those accessibility options, turns them on and says the game is too easy. But it turns out the big fluff around that, the person who was complaining about it wasn't even using the accessibility options. They were just upset that somebody else was and said, no game should be like this practically. And I just lost my mind. And then it turns out they didn't even play the game. They didn't even play the game. So now, every time somebody out there on the internet or on a very specific Discord goes, this game actually sucks, I'm just going to be like, did you play the game? I'm going to be that guy. I am going to be that guy. I'm going to be that guy that says, did you even play the game? And of course, they're going to say yeah and lie through their teeth. But I can't understand how this spectrum exists. Yet a lot of people end up over here, and a lot of people end up over here, but you don't have a PS5! You don't have a PS5! How do you play the game? And then all these rich fucks over here with the PS5 let me borrow it. Jesus Christ. I will say it's very story-driven, and the combat is a tad bit theatrical. However, this is the first Final Fantasy game I played since Final Fantasy X by its release date. Never played the MMOs or owned a PS3. Me too. Except for, you know, actually having capability. I've heard some people say it's not a real Final Fantasy game, but bro, I played enough of them to say that this story is as captivating as the rest of them, and the mechanics are familiar enough. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom isn't a Legend of Zelda game, right? But it's Legend of Zelda now. And how could they say that about Final Fantasy 16 when Final Fantasy 15 exists?
Not sure about this.
If you get Final Fantasy 15 with all the DLC and you play through all the story things, it is Final Fantasy. I'm just absolutely confused that, like, did they play the Final Fantasies before it? But there it is. Did you play the other ones? Or did you pick it up for 5 hours, go, yeah, now I know everything about this game? No Final Fantasy game is beat in 10 hours. I'm just sorry. If you only spent 10 to 20 hours on a Final Fantasy game, you didn't play it. You didn't play it. You sampled it. You rushed it, and you lost every bit of the nuance. You know what I'm talking about. A lot of people love Final Fantasy VII. A lot of people love Final Fantasy VI too, but I think that's rose-tinted sunglasses. But Final Fantasy VII sits in the hearts of a lot of people as their favorite video game of all time. And the reason it is because they didn't just pick up and play through the game. No, what they ended up doing is they picked it up, they struggled at times, played through the game, they had experiences, blah, 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 got through the game. Then one day they decided, I'm gonna go back through the game. Right, so they go back to the game, but this time they went further. They did the extra stuff, they played the mini games, they found extra characters. And that's the experience right there. Not just getting through the video game, but experiencing it. Most people's favorite video game they've played through multiple times. Guaranteed. And each time they tried to either get better at it or try something different, which gives them a new experience and makes them love the game again. The story is 50 hours. I'm not saying people were beating Final Fantasy 16 in 10 to 20 hours. I'm just saying that's how much they put in, and then watch somebody else's video to see the rest of the story. Oh man, yeah, the gold saucer. PlayStation Final Fantasy VII Gold Saucer. I probably wasted 50 hours of my life minimum, and probably the main reason I failed history in 8th grade, or got a bad grade in 8th grade. I had an F at one point, and that's because I was playing so much Final Fantasy. Oh, you're not online. But thank you. Oh yeah, snowboarding? I don't think I ever perfected the snowboarding. But the sub game? So, you know the submarine game? I got so good at that when I went to the PC port and they fucked the whole thing up, I don't think I've ever been so salty in my life. I learned how to take out every sub in the red one in seconds. Just nothing stood in my way. Played the PC port, not the same. Nowhere close to what you're capable of on the PlayStation. I don't remember if it was history or it was called something else. I just remember I didn't want to do the work anymore.
What is it?
Was it 8th grade? Maybe it was 9th grade. I don't know, but I remember I played a lot of Final Fantasy VII, and then trying to remember which game I was playing through at the time. Might have been Wind Waker, now that I think about it. I played through Final Fantasy VII. I went and bought Final Fantasy VII for myself instead of borrowing it. And then I 100%ed Wind Waker. Not too long after that. But one of those games made me fail, and my dad took the PlayStation away. Well, he tried to break it first, but didn't succeed because the PSX is a machine. But anyhow, long story short, when people complain about Guild Wars 2, I always have to ask them, well, have you been playing it? That is the key. So after all my ranting and everything and the preaching and Gert coming in and saying that stuff about Final Fantasy 16, the realization is I don't think people are actually playing these games. I'm not playing the game right now, but I do play the game, right? I have a lot more to say about the game than someone who hasn't played the game for 4 years. And I think that's the kind of world we live in, that we should stop trusting people saying stuff unless they can get really specific about what's happening in the now. Like, after today's balance patch, if somebody's still talking about Scourge messing up the game, I will have to confirm that through somebody that's actually playing the game, that I can see that they know what they're talking about. But if they go, yeah, Scourge is absolutely destroyed, blah, 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 and I go back and look at that person, I'm going to slap them right there on the internet and say, you're not playing the game, are you?
What is it?
Because Scourge has been nerfed.
May Lissa aid you?
You had to get through college, you had to turn over guild leadership over EverQuest? Gotta do what you gotta do, but sometimes you do have to put down the video game. I remember when I got some really bad grades and some issues in 9th grade, I remember finally, I had to stop playing video games, and I just focused on getting that stuff done. And I did all right. But then I went to high school, and I just didn't give a shit no more. That was for other reasons. Midian getting cubed. Midian, thank you so much. Can we get some love in chat for Midian? Do it. Do it. Hold on. Every emote counts as 10 characters? Finally got it to work. Sound like me with new age technology. I had an old man moment over the weekend reinstalling something. The software no longer required me to pick files or anything because it automatically goes where Windows tells it to go. Because I guess now you can do that. You get verified by Windows and it puts you in a very specific spot. And I was trying to do the advanced thing like I've always done, but the new age technology of the software, this is so weird because it's not that old, but no, it is. Because I looked it up. It's like freaking 9 years old now. And then I was like, well, time passes. But anyways, I tried to put the software in, and the launcher is literally, do you want to install this? And of course I was like, install. But then I was like trying to get to the advanced stuff, and the only thing I could do was just like close the launcher, and there was some other things and properties I could check, and I was so confused. I was messing with it for like 15 minutes. And then I just installed it, and it went exactly where I wanted it to go and still had the stuff that I needed, and I was like, oh. Well, you didn't do that before. Thank you, Firefox browser. Really?
It is
Firefox browser. This is so cool at the top. I can click that.
What is it?
Breaking things. Okay. Just disappeared. Whoops. Speaking of disappearing, so did my stuff. Oh, I opened the menu. I just had an old man moment again. Stop it. Okay. Yes. Stuff like that happens on YouTube for me all the time. Also, I found out this weekend and sort of last week when I was sort of doing things, I cannot watch YouTube Shorts. Not because they don't work, but because 3 hours of my life was wasted. You just go from one to the next. This is what TikTok is too. Like, I watch things linked to me and I'm like, ah, that's great. But to be able to just be like, scroll wheel, next one. I'm glad it's not food. I would have gained 100 pounds.
My time is precious.
I must say, if you have to be stuck in a spot and there's not much to do except watch things, like, thank God it exists now. But like, man. Buddy of mine, he has cancer. He's doing okay. Man, I know too many people now going through all this stuff. But anyways, he found out he had cancer and he's on his 5th chemo treatment. And he was like, hey, I have to go in, but I've run out of stuff to watch. What should I watch? Because he's not working either, which is really different for him. He's used to always doing something, but he can't because he's tired and stuff, and so he can't keep up. So he's on sabbatical from his job, or whatever it's called. It's more of a sabbatical. He's still getting paid. His boss is really cool. But anyways, long story short, he was like, what do I do? I'm like, go on YouTube and go to the shorts because, you know, I found out it's a vampire and it eats you. And he did that, and he said he's never had a faster chemo treatment in his life. I was like, see? He's like, yeah, man. It's like I fell asleep twice. And they just play over and over and over. And his headphones came out. And somebody else that was there with him or whatever, they were like, hey. I woke him up and he's like, oh. He's like, what? And they're like, your thing is broken. Ah, man. But I'm glad that got him through it. Because he's been struggling a little bit with it. He gets really bad shakes, I guess, which is, you know, I've heard a lot of that lately. I've learned more about chemo treatment in the last 2 years than I've wanted to, but I guess I'm just getting to that age. And my friends, please stop getting that. I would appreciate it. I just read I wish it were food, and I was about to say, Gert, you shouldn't be eating chemo. That's probably not the way. But then I realized what I said earlier. But anyhow, content, you know, watching content is really like food. It really can shut you down. But YouTube Shorts. I'm not even kidding. Be careful which ones you watch because the algorithm learns what you like to watch. So if you like something but you're not interested, it's still better to let it go through than to not. Because if you put it on something like political, it'll just start giving you more and more political stuff. It still has that thing where it just throws in a random one to see, hey, do you like this stuff? But like, I accidentally watched one. There's like ones where cops are acting like jerks and the title interests me, and so I was watching it, and after a while I was being like, this is a lot of like weird crap I'm watching. But the ones I really like are like video game related or food related or something like that, or just, you know, actually funny. So you got to make sure you're watching the right ones to the end. You should stop eating, or just in general just stop. I don't know. Please don't do that either. Anyhow, I'm sorry this VOD is going to be longer than it probably should be, but I hope everybody is enjoying the Guild Wars 2 news. If you're playing Final Fantasy 16, we're still playing Tears of the Kingdom. I hope you're having fun with it. I need to get back to the grind. I haven't stopped grinding. I'm still doing extra stuff and things for the dailies. So I have been earning gold. Like, I'm at 388 gold. See, I don't even know where I was at on gold. We're up to 18 Jade Runestones now. Like, so That went up by 2 today, just messing around and things like that. So the 14 legendary weapons, we will get them done by the expansion. And even if I have to grind pretty hard and actually show what it takes, if you want to just grind the gold. But again, thank you everyone. I appreciate you. Not only for being here today, but for, you know, helping me get partner and things like that, which required subs and watch time. You know, since I started, I haven't got like a ton of subs or anything special like that, but I have.
I'm rich, you know.
It has been growing here, so I would have loved to push some other content, and maybe, you know, we could have got to it sooner and things like that. But I guess it was meant to be this way for now. Last week was a struggle, and I feel like this week finally things are clicking into place. It's weird. Also, I don't have my ADHD meds anymore. So I don't know what's gonna happen the next few days. But hopefully nothing terrible, brain-wise. I feel okay today. I do feel a little bit more clouded. That's why I keep getting sort of distracted. But I get distracted anyways. But who knows? Also, it is really hot in this room. The smoke was so thick outside that I spent too long out there because Lucky didn't want to come inside because it was cooler because there was so much smoke. Like the sun couldn't do its thing, but it looks like it finally heated up, which means it's not going to cool down for a while. But my air conditioner won't run unless the sun's hitting it because it gets confused about temperature. When the sun's hitting it, it's like, it's really hot. It's like, no, it's not. Can you stop running for 5 minutes? You have the window open for the kitties? Oh, window watching. Animals are great. Animals are amazing. I just want to say that too. Since I have 4 new members cubed now, we will be able to get another emote when I'm done today. So I'll put the lucky emote up. And I don't know if anything else unlocked or anything like that. So there is some stuff to unlock and things like that. So I appreciate that. Binary, Nulcron, Ada, and Midian. Also, now I can check some other things because supposedly, like, I don't know, other stuff happens? Not sure. What a great day, though. I knew it was going to be a good day. When I woke up today, I tweeted it. I said specifically where. I said specifically where. What was it? Oh my God, how much did I tweet today? I woke up 8 hours ago. Really? Just 8 hours ago? Okay, maybe I didn't do it right away. But I tweeted, oh yeah, I didn't do it right away. That's right. That's when I laid back down. Anyways, I tweeted out, today is going to be a good day. GIF with Neil Patrick Harris doing the wink. Okay? And then Guild Wars 2 was like, here's a balance update. All these stuff things, expansion happening. And when they did the expansion, I said it's going to be a great day now. And it was. So take that, internet.
It is my honor.
I don't know what's wrong with me today. But who knows? Also, we're going to open 50 Black Lion chests tomorrow. If not tomorrow, Friday. Let's do it. Let's open 50 Black Lion chests. If you didn't see it, hold on. Let me show this one more time. How ridiculous this thing is. I think anyone would enjoy this. I don't know why the dragon coffer's there now, but who cares? I'll take that. It still gets me. It's so goofy. He's such a goofball. Look at him. Ah, he's so cute. But anyhow, I'm gonna try to get that Jadebot skin. Why not?
I'm not
It's
sure.
a Roundtail Dragon Jadebot skin. Well done. Also, we'll have a chance at this one, which I like that outfit. And then the shimmering weapons are in here. Never seen those. Let me show you. That is not how we do it. But that's the shimmering weapons. Didn't get the set. Don't remember what they're from. None of them are unlocked. We're not going to use any of the wardrobe unlocks tomorrow or Friday or whenever we open this either. So it's going to be a shorter opening. I record it. I don't want to bother Dee Dee too much. Probably out there saving the world, but we'll do that. And then I talked about doing giveaways. Those won't happen right away. We may have a couple extra. But we'll definitely have them before the next expansion comes out. So expect gym giveaways on Twitter and the Discord. So if you want to get some of that. And then, again, the pricing is $25 for the standard. Deluxe is $50. And trying to think. 75. So it went 25, 50, 75. The 75 Ultimate Edition has 4,000 gems worth $50. I think it is the better deal if you can afford it. If not, Deluxe still comes with the character slot, a raptor skin, and some other things. And if you pre-purchase it, you'll get 3 extra things. I totally forgot. But Guild Wars 2 music is great. You'll have membership soon, Friday. No rush, but feel free. Feel free if you want to do it. You don't have to do it, but I always appreciate any extra support. It really is extra support. If you haven't hit the like button, subscribe, that kind of thing. That's free support. Free support stuff actually goes a longer way in the sense of content getting to people. But, you know, monetarily, I'll try to do my best to give you the most value. You give me money. Except for Gert. Gert, just give me your money. So I can buy a PS5 and play Final Fantasy 6. Mail it to me. Still here. I think you went to go play Final Fantasy 6. I can say stuff like that. Is that it? We done today? Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you. Go ahead and end the show. I didn't mean to go 5 hours. I was actually going to cut it off 4 because I'm going to go get up and eat. Because for some reason, I am starving. Absolutely starving. And I'm going to eat this salad that my wife got me because she doesn't like it, but she got it for me anyways. And it's like, stop getting salads that you won't eat. Unless it's the steakhouse one, because that one's really good. If you have any questions, comments, concern, Discord, all the important links should be down below, including a link directly to join memberships. That kind of thing. I'm not exactly sure if it takes you to a new page or something like that. So thank you, Galka. Again, Midi and Nocron, thank you for my mods. Any other mods lurking, I appreciate you. Everyone playing Guild Wars 2, be excited. Get hype if you want to. Get your stuff done. This next expansion is going to creep up on us. The summer goes by fast. Guild Wars 2 11th birthday is going to happen shortly after the expansion comes out. And then we're going to have quarterly updates. To all the ArenaNet devs, if you hear this, you're amazing. Thank you so much for your hard work. I hope everything's successful for what you're working on. I know it's going to be, because it seems like a turned over a new leaf thing goes. You're welcome, Midian. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I feel like I'm not remembering something. That's it. We'll be back at Guild Wars 2 tomorrow. Finally into Guild Wars 2. No, I'm not going to say anything about that yet because I'm not sure. But remember, Thursday I won't be here. So tomorrow, then a day off, and then Friday. And then we should be getting back to consistency. We may do the beta stuff either on Friday or Saturday. We'll see how I feel. But the beta stuff is happening June 29th to July 2nd. for the weapon training stuff. So you can test out weapons on characters and experiment a bit. We'll mess around a little bit with it. We'll see what you all have to say in chat, and if you want me to try something while I'm doing it, feel free to have me see. And maybe we can learn something. Maybe. But that's it. So, as always, I'll leave you with this. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. We're all we got. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. Make it great. If you're going to bed, sleep well, get that rest. You will need it. Trust me. I don't see you for the rest of this week. I get it. But just remember to have fun, okay? That's the most important thing. That's what I'm going to be focusing on moving forward with all games. I would like to get to a mental state where I'm not angry all the time. It's got to happen. But when I do get angry, that I'm so happy that my anger is there, you know? That sounds weird, but I said it. But anyhow, if I don't see you for the rest of June, stay cool out there for the next few days. July is going to be a hot one too, but I hear more moisture is going to probably happen. But who knows with how crazy the world has gotten, global warming and all that, so we'll see. But the most important thing, this is your physical health. Get up, move. I don't think I took a break today because Guild Wars 2 does that to me. Again, when I play on console, I got to go to the bathroom every 2 seconds. When I play on a PC, I don't do anything. So, anything else? No, thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Glad to be here as a YouTube partner, ArenaNet partner, and everything else. So, yeah. Okay. Bye-bye.